It is always a bittersweet time of the year. The final regional here in OCE. And Yummy, we actually got him on a Saturday for once. He actually showed up.
You know,
CJ.
I know. You know why, Formal? You know why, Formal? His team, his real team, the team he actually cares about, Shopify.
Here we go.
Rebellion, they're already gone. He's got nothing better to do anymore than to actually show up to OCE.
At 7 in the morning, and I'm here, guys. Come on, that's my dedication to OCE, to this community, to this region. And I can't wait for the final.
Hang on, what
Let's do
time
it,
do you
boys.
normally do your North American streams?
Like 3 a.m. or something like that.
Look, all I'm saying is I haven't seen you at 3 a.m. doing an OCE stream, okay? That's I'm just going to put that out there.
That's tough to do. That's tough to do from OCE, but I've found a way. So here I am over here. But good to be here, boys. Saturday. We love Saturdays in OCE. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting today. I think tomorrow is going to be a real fun one. That's where the fireworks are going to be. But we still have to cut from 8 to 6, as well as find out, you know, I think 2 very big important questions between Power and TSM and the Healthy Chiefs and Wildcard. Both those matches going to be super exciting. And by the end of this weekend, we'll have our second team.
Well, we may have a little bit of an inkling today, as you said, that upper bracket. If somebody can, or if healthy Chiefs can upset Wildcard, then they're going to be in a much better spot. Power, if they can take down TSM, then they're really close as well. So it's going to be, it's not necessarily out of, the race isn't necessarily out of the question today either.
Yeah, it's on for young and old, I guess. Last week 2 weeks ago, I was trying to ride that power hype train, but I tell you what, this team Wildcard, Formal,
yeah,
they're pretty good.
They've already made it.
Yeah, they're in. They're set.
Must be
they're
nice.
going. They're going to both the major and to Worlds now. They're locked in all the way through. But I have the feeling that doesn't mean they're still going to be taking it easy or the easier road. I think it's the same storyline this regional has been with pretty much all of our regionals. Get on the half of the bracket that wild card isn't if you're the Chiefs, TSM, or Power.
Now, Formal, you are the resident fine in the Wester. What
True.
happened yesterday? Why did they forfeit their match and end up down here in the lower bracket?
You know what? I'm not sure I'm at liberty to go into
No,
detail.
just say it. Just say it. We want to
You are
know
at liberty.
what are they going to do? They're not going to fire you.
I guess it is the last look. There was, from what I understand, players didn't ready up in time, and they wound up missing a match. Whose
fault was that? Name names.
I
which
think
player?
I think somebody was sick. I believe somebody was sick, and I think it may have been Scrub, from what I heard, was sick. And unfortunately, that was why they missed their match to a lesser extent. But unfortunately for them as well, it does mean they have a tougher road to get through. That puts them at that lower the bracket. They have to play that extra game. But yeah, it's awkward forfeit for them for sure.
Especially because they're the ones who have to make the most
big one.
ground in order to make it to the major. They have to at least make it. They have to probably win the
They have to
event
win.
to be realistic. Yeah.
They need to win, and they need to win against Wildcard, I think, with like Power as well, falling short somewhere along the line, maybe in that 5th, 6th slot. It's a tough run for them. More realistically, I think this is going to be a battle between TSM, Power, and the Healthy Chiefs. So let's just straight up make those predictions. Out of those three, who's going to be the second team at the end of the weekend?
I asked Luna today if he's going to make the major, and he told me all the pressure is on TSM and Chiefs. Everybody's expecting those two to make it. They're the ones who are the professionals, and he's going to take their jobs. So I'm going to be backing Power this week.
Yeah, I like that. I love the way the Power are playing, but yeah, I guess you just kind of want to dodge wildcard in that semi-final. So I think the TSM Power quarterfinal today will be massive. Whoever wins that is probably in the box seat. One less game than the Chiefs to play tomorrow. And yeah, avoiding wildcard is it. That's where you want to be.
Unless wildcard lose their match, you lose and you win, and you're thinking yes, we avoid wildcard, and then Chiefs could take down wildcard and flip it on its head.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of puts the Chiefs, I think, in a very good position as well. Win or lose, they're going to be on the opposite end of the bracket to wildcard with a chance to take down rivals. I do want to push back a little bit on the Lunar confidence, though, because I also had a chat with him a week ago, and he straight up was just like, yeah, no, I'm not really practicing or scrimming. I'm just going with the flow. And that has me a bit concerned.
But Luna's my boy.
Okay.
This is why I've got Power. You two are just giving like nebulous answers. Oh yeah, like TSM or Power in a good position. Oh, actually Chiefs. But who's actually going? That's the question that Formal asked, and neither of you answered it.
I'm throwing my answer. I'm going with the Chiefs. I think they're in the best spot. I'm
going Chiefs as well. I'm going to go Chiefs.
Oh, no TSMers. Because I was on the TSM bandwagon last week. I think I fell off a little bit. They didn't quite do as well as I'd hoped. So that's why I switched over to Power.
I mean, look, if CJ can go, I can't. I was going to say if CJ's going ride or die with the Chiefs, I could shift to TSM, but I can't. I can't bring myself to do it. That'd be disingenuous.
You've done it before, and you could do it again for me. You know you could.
Nah. It's got to be the Chiefs. I think Raziers has been playing next level, and we'll be able to push them through. But before we get too into them, we have to figure out, our first matchup, which is an interesting one. I want to start talking about this Surani versus a misspelled Uguay coming at you for the first matchup. I'm not sure how they managed to get that one wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong, Yummy. I thought Zenulus retired.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Of course he's retired and he's here. It's the same as every OCE player. In fact, I'm retiring after this weekend too, guys. So
No, you're not. No, you're
keep
not.
that in mind.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Stop saying this.
Damn, everyone celebrated for a little bit there, CJ.
There was 0 people in chat that celebrated. Someone said, I die for my Serrani army. That was negative, actually. He's a Serrani believer, but I don't want to hear it, Yummy. We'll be back. We'll always be back year on year out the boys. We love it. We love doing it. And
I heard this is the last year of OCE Rocket League.
Oh, here it is again. I mean, what a way to kick off our championship Saturday.
Look, if we want somebody to actually retire and stay retired, there's only one way to stop them coming back, CJ.
To what? To stop OCE Rocket League?
Yeah. There's no other way. Name one retired player other than Drippe who stayed retired.
That's very true. Look, and Zenulus, he's been at the forefront of it, which is why Uruguay and friends, they're going to be in trouble in this series. I'm liking the look of Serrani, Pagsy, Fit, and Fades, boys. I think that we're going to see a Fades pop off in this series.
I mean, Fades has looked strong every time on stream. I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit here, though. Okay. Last time we saw Zen and Nasty together, they were very well synergized. It did so well that Zen announced his retirement, I think, 2 days after they played together. But, like, I still believe there has to be a reason they got back together, right? So there has to be some hope for Ogway, as it's spelled, and friends.
Well, I mean, the hope is that there's no pressure on them. We talk about this a lot. And then we talked about this last time Zenulus was playing, that that team was, being more relaxed. They weren't trying to scrim too much. They weren't taking it too seriously. And that can be an advantage. But usually that advantage, CJ, it runs out once you get to the top 8, I feel like.
Yeah, it does. And just the way that formal speaking, I'm assuming that he is picking Uruguay. That
said
that
devil's
just makes
advocate, sense. Okay? I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not
you were hyping them up.
Yeah, I'm hyping.
So you're picking Uruguay, right?
I think it's going to be a close match, but I also immediately agreed with CJ when he said, "Yeah, this is going to be a pop-off performance for Fades, who looked amazing back during the first lit. I think we're going to see that Fades one more time."
Great to see him sitting on the fence once again. It doesn't matter what year it is.
Put up my
we'll be back
prediction.
2026 to see more of these
Serrani?
predictions. But, there it is. Okay,
Yeah.
we're cursing them now. Uruguay's
No,
going to win.
Formal's copying the homework, right? So he's talking about Uruguay, and then he goes, "Yeah, no." Like CJ said, Fades is going to pop off, and
There's
like we
no
both
working
said,
out. He
Serrani's
just writes
gonna
the
win.
answer. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
I provide pathways for the audience to choose. If they want to root for Uruguay, I'm giving them a belief, something to believe in. Do I believe in it? No, but maybe it will happen.
We'll see if that happens. Negative on the sideline this week. Last week, we did see Serrani come in with a substitution. This time they're coming with their main roster. And is that going to be the difference for them today?
Could certainly pay dividends here, but let's find out. It's still, well, maybe for these two, I was going to say it's still, do or die, major on the line, but certainly not for these two teams. Serrani currently sitting at 6 spot, but they are a mile back when we're looking at the point standings. Let's see how this first series pans out, though. I think that in OCE, Yummy, these teams are perhaps, they're outside the qualification zone. They love playing spoiler. They love ruining other regions, other teams' chances.
Certainly happens a lot.
Team like Serrani.
There was a team that tried to do that to you, which included Finn, if I recall, at the time. So, Shaw's as well. Yeah, he likes to do that. But, both of these teams have had players retire from there and come back as well. Finn also retired last season. Didn't miss a single event after that. So
yes, otherwise that's what I'm saying. Like he finally makes a major, makes the international land, and then instantly retires. So it doesn't make sense to me.
It's also I retired from the Johnny Boy ranking stream, and I was on the last one. So yeah, I guess it is just an OCE thing, isn't it? But it does lead to some exciting moments and obviously very storied players. So it's really interesting to see them maybe in that more casual light, to see where they land up. Because I feel like often for a lot of these players through the core of their career, they were very nervy. And I think especially for both Finn and Zenulus, kind of have had the ability to be one of the best players, if not the best player in OC at times, but nerves have gotten the worst of him.
And there's going to be the first goal for Pagsy. Serrani will open this one up, and it's nearly a way to take the pressure off these guys. They said they're going to retire. They keep playing just so it looks like they're not taking it as seriously. But trust me, these guys want to win more than anyone else. And great start for Serrani, the favourites. We all predicted them on the desk. I think they should be too good here, but you just never know in OCE.
I like the call from Dr. Riot as well to get Drip A back.
Bring him back.
I think he'd still do pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, he still got it. Played some twos games with him. Oh, there's the ding. There's the crossbar early. Zen trying to get the follow-up as well.
You're getting a little bit of PTSD there after last night?
Yeah. Can we get the custom crossbar sounds here in OCE? Can we add that to the broadcast? I think that could set us apart.
Tomorrow we'll have that on, and you need to have something that goes very quickly, though, given how last week went and the number of crossbars that we did hit. But for the moment, it has meant that Uruguay are 1 goal behind. They should be a tied situation here. One thing we haven't really mentioned or talked too much about is Shugs, who we want to be looking at to see exactly what he's got, because we haven't seen too much of him on stream.
Yeah, really have no idea what to expect here from Shugs, but we do like seeing new players here in the top 8 making the main event. And right now, they're not going too bad conceding that first goal, but they've had a few chances on net. Fades is going to pop this one up. Hasn't been as online as I'd like. Saw him completely with the ball earlier. Don't like seeing that if you're a Serrani fan. Here is Shugs.
Shugs?
I like this. Shugs?
It's Shugs, according to Negative, and he's their sub.
Shugs? It's Shugs with a U instead of 2 U's.
Yeah. A little bit of a mistake there in the spelling, but you know what? Never been known for our brains. Like sugar. There we go. Shugs.
Oh, Shugs.
Shugs.
Oh. Well, that still makes no sense because it's got an H. It was like sugar, and he spelled it wrong. But here we are. See what Shugs can cook up. Fate throws that one on net, though. Never mind about the Shugs. He ain't getting that bottom left corner shot. 2-0.
Maybe a little disappointing there for Oogs. Oh no, now this is actually trouble. Uruguay and Shugs. 2 different ways of doing the double O sound, but also double O in the score. 2-0 up for Serrani. Zenius might be able to score off the kickoff. It's a good shot, but Finn just diving. Didn't have too much boost, but still gets to it.
Yeah, not a bad chance. Coming through for the Uruguays. Being nice interception. This has been a pretty solid game one here for Serrani. We said the expected favourites, sweeping the desk predictions. Spades is looking for a catch. He's caught himself a bit awkward, but Zen's thrown it straight at him, and now this could be an open net down the other end. Hangs it with a pre-flip, misses a follow, and Zen's just got to pop it up in front of his net for the Shug.
There's a pass down for Nasty. He's got Zenulus in support, but he's going to go for it himself. Kind of get a little inside in the way that these two like to play with each other, Nasty and Zenulus, as a good pre-jump just to keep the pressure on. Nasty into center. Shugs is up. Shugs is shot. And Pagsy from the backboard manages to keep them at 0.
He was really awkwardly positioned there, Pagsy. Nice fake coming through from Zen. Serrani just happy to play this 2-0 lead, but they're playing a lot of defense. Nasty with the... Oh, that's disgusting! The reset into the backwards Musty over 2.
A great POV as well. Right over the top of Fades. As you said, Musty over the top. They've actually given themselves a good chance here. Nasty living up to his name. Finn just trying to block it off the kickoff. And you see Pagsy, he's trying to put the nail in the coffin as well. Shugs up with a Fades pre-jump just to keep it in. 20 seconds left. Uruguay has to get it to the other end.
Got to go right now. 15 seconds. Nasty. Show us the solo play. Reset. Goes low. Nice interception from Finn. 10 seconds. Serrani all of a sudden a little bit more panicky, but that's a huge play from Finn down the other end. Ball will still be up. One last chance here for Uruguay. That's not the touch at all, though, Serrani. I'll just hang on to the first.
Yeah, smart little bit of pressure there from Fades at the end. Just to force maybe a rough touch, but Serrani find themselves the victor. The only question I have, CJ, is around that crossbar hit that could have left this as a tied game, or maybe even a regulation win for Uruguay, given that second goal came afterwards.
Yeah, they had a few sneaky chances towards the end there. Don't mind that game one from Uruguay and friends. And the Shug, liking the way he's playing, led by, well, I was going to say led by Nasty. He somehow managed to only have 160. Is that right? Yeah, he's got 166 points. What?
Yeah, he just came in, hit the ball like 8 times, and one of them was on target.
That's impressive. That's not many points at all. Fades, though, we asked for him to step up. That's an MVP performance from him, game one. Serrani, I'd say they were feeling comfortable, but that last minute didn't give me much confidence for game two.
Well, time maybe for Shugs and the Ugs to take over this game. Confidence has got to be there after they score that last goal. We head towards game number 2 and find out if game number 1 was just a warm-up for them.
Could be a warm-up. You could argue that both teams are yet to find top form. So we hit game 2.
Finn just tried to join the Ugs team as the Uruguay team.
That's not a good sign. He's certainly not warmed up then. The brain's not warmed up if he's joining the wrong team. Here we go, though, game 2, and I'm confident now in the Ugs to be able to get one if the Shug can really step up.
I do love Shugs and the Ugs. It's a nasty pinch back by Nasty. Almost went the way of Finn as game 2. This first goal going to be pretty crucial, especially from our point of view, to see exactly what happened in that first game, to see if it truly was as tight as I was thinking. Here's a shot from Shugs, bottom right, but just saved out by Pagsy in the end.
Really like this from Finn too, taking the time after all to himself. This allows his teammates to grab boost, join the attack. That's a beautiful crop post pass. Pagsy with a shot, but he's missed.
Tell you what, 2024 Pagsy hits that every time. Mr. Consistent in terms of his shooting. Doesn't quite get around it today, but hasn't been costly either at the other end. They've still got the opportunity in the attack as Pagsy again, this time goes sailing past the ball and then dunks his own teammate. So Finn joining the wrong team at the very beginning. Pagsy 50ing his own teammate. Not sure exactly what's going on for Serrani.
Yeah, he's not looking fantastic, but no harm done just yet, Finn. We're going to keep this one in the corner. He's been probably Mr. Consistent despite joining the wrong team. Here's Serrani. Fades is underneath this very awkward sand. Doesn't get the shot. Shugs is looking for someone. He's looking for to hook someone in net, if you would, with the spelling that he's going by. Pagsy. Oh, that's a nice accidental pass, I think. Fades just ready for it. There's Uruguay. Keep the pressure on.
We've got all 3 members forward here. Zenulus pulling out of that one as his teammate Shugs had a better touch. Managed to keep this in, keep the pressure going, but Pagsy does have a passing opportunity. Doesn't matter, Nasty reads it. Shugs again gets a chance to collect, goes to the flip reset. A lot of these players from Uruguay's are going in the slower variety, trying to go for the flip resets. Maybe that's been the biggest loss that we see from a team that isn't expected to scrim too much. They haven't got really a good passing connection so far, CJ.
Can still make some things happen on the solo play though, but this is a huge mistake. Oh, Pagsy and Finn both too close. In the end, the clear was pretty good by Zen. There's a shot on there. Pagsy has to go. First touch a little heavy, gives up possession, gives up the attack for now, but Finn's ready to catch over the top to Pags, and he won't miss that. First goal, Serrani once again.
Love that from Finn. He fakes out the flip reset, forces Shugs up, and then he just goes straight for the ball, knowing that Pagsy's forward for the pass. And it's a great goal, great teamwork coming out from Serrani, as you'd expect from a team that have been together for quite a long time now.
Yeah, it's lovely. Just capitalising on some positional mistakes. You mentioned the lack of scrims. For both teams, really. This here he shoots downfield. That's a nice pass back there. Oh, Nasty, don't tell me you missed. It's still wide open. The bump will secure it. That's a lovely 3-man transition play by Uruguay.
I was a little worried for a second there that there would be no one there to finish it off, that Nasty couldn't catch up to it, but really good confidence and team play coming out from Shugs, who I'm deeming as the leader of the Ugs.
Yeah, okay. I like that. I like that. Trying to think of something funny to say, but absolutely zero hit my brain. Unlucky. Reset.
You move to Scotland and all of a sudden the comedy goes away. This explains
Yeah,
so much about Johnny Boy.
It really does, actually. I'm glad you said it. I was thinking the same thing. There's not much intelligent happening out of Glasgow. Here is Shugs. Oh, hang on a minute. You mentioned him being the leader. We're almost time to get that one to work. 90 seconds left. I'm liking Uruguay and friends here, Yummy. They're looking nice.
Looking impressive. Again, I would like them to show a few more of the passing plays because they've tried to slow down the ball in the opposing corner maybe just a few too many times. The passing play has been successful in one time that they pulled it off, but when they are up, and especially Shugs looking very good, here's a chance for the double up on the touch, goes to the triple, not quite enough to get it past the last defender, and that's a pinch straight towards the net. A demo may open it up. Finn finishes it off, and well, it's unfortunate because it's bounced off everybody. There's been a bump. It could have been saved out, but in the end, not enough.
And that is what's going to cost you as one of these teams on the bubble, Yummy. These little mistakes, these free goals that you're giving up to teams around your level. Right now, Serrani always able to capitalise. It was Pagsy. This time it's Finn. Here he is again, ceiling. One more. Avoids the challenge.
If you ever want a top 8 or a top 6, just get negative on your team. He's proving even now as a sub.
He's dominating, isn't he?
The negative effect still works.
He is. He's absolutely dominating the main event so far. Negative. Doesn't matter if he's on the pitch or not. Fades with one more. He's got heaps on this. Bottom corner. Here's your man Schultz with the save. Just keeping the minute here with 30 on the clock.
Pass down. Intercepted by Pagsy. And unfortunately for him, his teammates not quite ready for it, despite the fact there was less than 30 seconds remaining and they need that goal. Pagsy gets demoed out. Now Nasty. Can get it past. It's still just stuck in the Ug's end. But here's Shugs. Doesn't quite get enough to get that around the last defender, and Fades keeps it out.
Yeah, they just made it so awkward with each other. Shugs and Nasty in the same spot. They couldn't get the attack going. There's a big fake. Nasty downfield. Last play coming up. Blocked out by Finn. Still up, though. Off the wall to Shugs. Talk to me, Shugs. Never mind. Pagsy puts it down. Serrani with the first two.
Well, you look at the scoreboard. 2-1 both games, but I felt like this one a little bit more convincing for me for Serrani. Maybe just a few less close misses from Uggs that I felt in game 1 was a sign that maybe they could be more controlling in game number 2. I have to be impressed though by Shugs, as we said, first time here on the stream, CJ, and already showing off as the top scorer for the Uggs.
Just want to give a quick shout out as well to H7 Bok in the chat, or Havoc, who believes that they'll be able to move to Australia to play. Not happy with what he's seeing here, and I say do it, you won't. You're scared. Best of luck. First two to Serrani here though.
Most we've seen around the world, plenty of chances to play in whatever region you want, mate. Don't even need to move.
Join North America. Join North America. Hang on a minute, who's calling me out? Nice to have CJ here this time. Okay, now just because I miss a couple of Saturdays, everyone wants to rag on me like I haven't been here, like I haven't been committed to this region week in, week out.
I think CJ's forgetting that he literally said last week on stream that he doesn't care about watching Serrani try to make top 6.
Did I actually say Serrani is the team as well?
You specifically mentioned Serrani too.
Well, and here we are.
And now he is here cheering on Serrani.
Saturday. We love to see if Serrani can make top 6, and that's where the road will probably end. But gee, it's exciting to see them get here. 30 seconds going in game 3. I mean, they are well and truly putting their... Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on. It cast a curse. Nasty. It's the Shugs, the 1-2 punch.
The passing play comes out. Nasty to Shugs. And this is a surprising pass. Hence why it works so well. You'd think normally go for the shot, but saw Nasty coming around the corner and still went for him.
I'm getting called out left, right, and centre. It's a war zone in the chat at the moment. I'm going to have to turn it off. It's not good for me. There's Zen. not really a shot that's going to be on target. I want to see Uruguay really put them to the sword now, get another goal on the board, really make Serrani sweat. Zen, talk to me. Just one more with the pinch. Just won't be finding anywhere near the net.
Yeah, his mouth was open, but no words came out. Zenulus did not talk to CJ whatsoever. Didn't quite keep control of the ball. And that's made it so that there's a chance here for Serrani at the other end. Pagsy gets dunked out by Zenulus, and now it's a 2-1 drive. Down to Nasty for goal number 2.
Oh, well, now we're talking. Give him the first 2, and then just click it up a notch. And they've caught them napping here. Serrani thinking they're comfortable. Thinking they're just going to go 3-0 up, maybe sweep this series. Think again. Nasty's got another one. And he is on the song at the moment. He's nearly scored every goal for this team.
A little bit of a team bump coming out there as well from Serrani, as none of them really sure which one should be going for that ball, but the plays have been a lot quicker coming out from the Oogs. And the net's wide open. It's a free goal for Serrani here.
This is just not the challenge you want. I was pumping Nasty up, scores 2 goals, then third man completely overcommits. Thought he was going to be able to get a challenge on that ball. Think again, Serrani get a freebie, and it's, well, game on.
Well, see exactly if that does happen again. At this point in time, we're only a minute and 45 in. There's already been 3 goals. Previous games ended on 2-1 in both of them. So, yeah, a little bit more risky, aggressive play coming out, like we just saw from the Uggs. Fades trying to take it up the wall. Takes it away. Helps to skip the boost as well. Beats out 2 players. Shugs has to do a lot here to get it past Pagsy and manages to do so. He even uses the wall dash to beat the last player despite having the boost disadvantage.
Like the demo though, really smart. Just removing from the play. He's got teammates in behind for the free touch here. Is Nasty. He's looking to take the free touch. Just gets dunked there by Pagsy on this occasion. Double commit in the corner here for Serrani. A double commit in the corner for Oogs. Oh, this is trouble now. Pagsy has the shot to tie. It's a pass in the end, but Fades is all the way back in the other corner.
He didn't have his ball cam on. He was looking at the back boost as the pass comes out, but it doesn't matter as his 2 teammates are doing all the work. Well, he does get the pass up to Pagsy, but look at the 3-man play with the bump from Pagsy to open it up. Brilliant stuff from Serrani.
Pagsy to Finn to Pagsy. How many times have we seen that in ranked in the RLCS? And there is the chemistry coming to fruition. As Finn just looking to take the slow 50, just really bait Shugs in on the challenge. Nasty. Don't get the touch. This was just the perfect chance that I really feel has been squandered so far. I mean, right now, by this Uruguay team.
Yeah, they came out so strong, and then, despite having a 2-goal lead, they kind of gifted that first goal. Without that, Serrani didn't even look in it. They'll be kicking themselves if they don't win this game, and at this moment, they're stuck in the defense. Shugs gets a good 50 aerial and a double demo from Nasty. He's going to make it incredibly difficult. What happened there, CJ?
That is a ridiculous double demo, but somehow Pagsy was the first player on the ball. It just doesn't make sense at all. He did so much work, Nasty, but minute 20 left, and they find the lead once again. Zen's looking for the catch. He's got a low fake. Finn able to read it, but still pressure on here. Uruguay and friends until now. Finn's got a demo. He's looking for one more. Pagsy downfield, doesn't get the flick. Fades just has to be careful with low boost if he doesn't throw this one straight into his own net.
Thought I saw some sparks there for Finn on the second demo that would have opened up the net. Didn't quite end up getting that bump, and that means it will still be a tied game in crucial 50 seconds here, especially for the Oogs. And I was just thinking, we haven't seen an own goal yet, and that almost looked like it was going to be our first one of the weekend. Didn't quite happen just yet. Even still, Oogs in a bit of trouble here. Boost is low. Shugs does very well to give his team some room. Maybe even a chance at scoring as Nasty, though, gets beaten. Fades, has Pagsy underneath, but they're just going to take it risk-free. Just go for a boost steal for the moment.
think they know that they'll get a better chance than this, maybe with the demo too, and the shot is offline. There it was. They couldn't find the target, or will they? Finn, shot, nasty, bonk. Down the other end, maybe counter-attack. 4 seconds. I think the OT would be nice here for Uruguay. Fades, drop with one more to Finn. No, won't be able to find the net. They had a chance, Serrani. They squandered it.
It's a little bit of miscommunication in front of the net from Serrani, but off the kickoff, the mistake occurs. Oogs has given them the pinch opportunity as Shugs kicks off straight to Fades. That's unfortunate for the cheater. Can't read that. Nobody covering the net.
That is a terrible kickoff. That kickoff was sugar, honey, iced tea. What on earth were they thinking, Shugs? Gee, what a way to squander a chance. Yummy, 2 goals up there. They have more chances to find the lead once again, and they just give up the easiest of goals. 3-0 now. It's going to be tough.
I could just sense the excitement from you as well. You know, you normally hate Saturdays. You came in here a little bit miserable that you were forced to show up, and then all of a sudden, Uggs are giving you some hope. Shugs is making some plays. Nasty's scoring some great goals. They've got the teamwork coming out. And then, why are they crumbling when they're 2 goals in the lead after that?
Yeah, they just gave up some freebies, didn't they? They tried to keep playing this aggressive style of rock, but it just wasn't the play in the end, and it's cost them. They had chances, and to be fair to Serrani, they could have had even more chances in the end, but they were pretty lucky in the end, Serrani. But, I mean, you've got to take the opportunities that the other team gives you, Yummy, and there were a lot of opportunities that Uruguay were handing over to Serrani.
They've now got to get the reverse sweep going, and as you said, giving away too many opportunities for something like that to even kind of cross my mind as a possibility at the moment. We're going to have to see a complete turnaround from the Oogs, from an inexperienced team, but maybe the back of the experienced Zenulus will be enough to guide the 2 young, or the younger players through the rest of the series.
He's been incredibly quiet, I will say. It's kind of been the nasty show up front, and I think Schultz has been really good and also a little bit rough at the same respect, but at least he's been doing something. Zen's kind of just been there at the moment. I want to see him step up. As you mentioned, the most experienced player on the team. Show us something. Show us something like this.
When the chips are down, Zenulus has stepped up in the past. It's taken him 4 games now. This is a good touch to front post while the 2 defenders were expecting him to go straight for the shot. The first goal lead once again going for the Oogs, but they need to figure out how they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, it didn't work last game and they scored the first 2. That's a terrible touch. Hang on a minute, they could score the first 2 again here. Fades. They will show a little bit of poise to work it out. The flick was early and no one was ready. No one was there to challenge. He takes a touch, finds the tongue. Uruguay 2 games in a row with the first goal. Still yet to find their first game win on the board though. To be.
Out the corner. He's had a good series so far. He could be the player that just kind of ends the series. And I think what would be a surprising 4-0 for me. I expected Serrani to win, but maybe not in a 4-0 affair. Especially given the likes of Zenulus and his ability to not just make runs in the top 8, but even get a top 4 in the past. And obviously being a regional champion very distantly in the past. Fades. Gets the pass across, but his teammate had already pulled out for boost.
Yeah, you mentioned a surprising 4-0 and... Oh, what a skim from Finn. It's gone backwards. It's nearly worked out in the end. Shulg's looking for a double. Okay, it's just Skim City all of a sudden. There's Pagsy downfield throwing it on net. Nasty. Should have an easy save. I say, I mean, you mentioned surprising 4-0, and right now this is the definition of here on a Saturday to watch Serrani get top 6. This has been pretty automatic so far for them.
Well, you know what? Doesn't matter if you get to this top 6. For a lot of players, that's a great benchmark. That's your starting point, but then making sure that you can get into that top 4. Which is very, very hotly contested in OCE at the moment with what would you call the sort of big 5 teams that have been holding away the top 4 from anyone else for quite a while now. There's a shot on. Finn goes high, so maybe a little turnabout is fair play for Serrani, not getting one on. There's a chance of a redirect. Shugs putting it high. The demo in net, but Fades gets back. Will he get back again? No, Shugs has sunk the second. They once again have a 2-goal lead.
And I love this play. Look at the demo coming through. Nasty with 0 boost. Completely clears the only man with 100 boost for Serrani. Finn out of nets. First 2 finally to Uruguay. And this time, well, there's only 2 minutes left. It was 4 minutes in the previous game. So pressure on Serrani. Time is not on their side.
Well, you might need to turn chat back on, CJ, because you actually got a compliment. Very misguided one. Say that you're the hardest working caster in Rocket League. What Lobster Bits doesn't know is this is the first Saturday you've ever shown up for. So
yeah, that's hey, Lobster Bits. I'll just transfer you via the PayPal after this one. Thank you very much for that. I needed it. Fades with the shot on. That's a nice save from the Shugs. He's going to take it upstairs. Pagsy with the block. Fades not ready. Nasty with the pop. And here is Zen. Goal scorer, the first goal scorer of this game. Nasty throws it on. Much better series so far. Much better game, should I say, from Uruguay. Just looking to tidy this one up. They've killed a minute off the clock and they still find the 2-goal lead.
Yeah, they seem to learn the lesson from the last game. Not quite the 3-goal lead as Fades keeps it out, but most importantly, when they had the lead last game, they were still just committing so hard, especially as third man. It was unnecessary. You can see now, just making sure to focus on boost management, making sure there's always somebody back, and it's allowed them to keep on to the 2-goal leads. And on top of that, CJ, they've also managed to shut down Finn from being a sort of goal-scoring or place-making player.
Yeah, it's been a really quiet game for Serrani, and we always say, you know, the hardest game to win is the last one, and they try to just do it the easy way. They were hoping that they just get handed this game by Uruguay. Not to be so far. Here is Fades, one reset, no bump coming through. Pagsy was trying to find anything. Shugs just keeping the ball out of the way as Finn is completely shat flat. That's not what you want to see for Serrani. The 50 comes through, but there's just going to be no time left. They've done well here, Uruguay. They've finally found their first game.
They've done it. Again, still being quite impressed by Shugs here on stream, and the Ugs get their first game up against what looks like a very, very over-relaxed Serrani. And CJ, you said that Fades is going to pop off. Formal copied your homework, but I felt like he's been incredibly quiet.
Yeah, he was quiet right there in particular, and I think that he said it perfectly. They just played a passive game 4. There were really no demos downfield until the last 30 seconds where they thought, hang on a minute, I think we need to score. And score they did not. Serrani, let's see if the momentum swings around to the Uggs. And they find as well a bit more of a foothold on this series than they've had previously.
As long as they can keep getting the first goal, they should be in good contention, and I think that's likely to happen the way that Shugs in particular has been setting up plays. Zenulus getting a little bit more involved in this game as well, which is great signs for the Uggs because they certainly have a little bit more in the tank than what they've showed us, especially in the Zenulus department. And, you know, sometimes when you take a long time off after retirement and you come back, it takes a little bit of time to warm up to being back on stream.
Can take a little bit just to get going, to get the thumbs warmed up under the pressure of the bright lights of especially the Rocket League OCE channel. How good is it being back here? Feels like we're home once again. Shout out everyone tuning in. Game 5 though. There's a chance here for Uggs to put some pressure on Serrani. Clearly the favourites coming in, but that comes with a verdict.
Been no timeout called so far, so both of them have it still in the pocket. Obviously, I'm not going to expect Uggs to be taking it at this point in time. If they lose one more game, then they are gone for the tournament, and in fact gone for the year. Reminder for folks at home, this is our last RLCS tournament in OCE for the year. And we'll have Raleigh, and then Worlds after that. So, season coming towards an end, the last chance to really prove yourselves here. That's a great little skin by Shugs. I think when we talk along those lines too, CJ, being the last tournament, it's really nice to see Shugs kind of not have a lot of opportunities to show off, but in the one chance he has had, he's already kind of shown what he's capable of.
And you mentioned the last chance. Unfortunately, so far for OCE, not looking like we will have that last chance qualifier, just with how they performed in Birmingham. But unless maybe a top 1, top 2 for OCE in Raleigh could put OCE back into that top 4 region spot required for that last chance qual. Here's Zen though, back into this series. We mentioned the momentum, perhaps the confidence is back here for Oogs. They found the first goal for the 3rd game in a row.
Really love that touch from Shugs. He gets underneath it and really interestingly uses his flip that he gained off the roof just to stay under the ball and pop that ball higher. And great finish as well by Zenulus. But it's the team play based off the original solo play coming out from Shugs, and now Serrani for the 3rd game in a row find themselves down a goal and needing some way to close off the series.
And they're not really doing anything at the moment that's threatening.
Yeah.
It's real demos. They just like they're playing Rocket League. I feel like I'm watching a ranked game when I watch them play, and this is why they're getting punished. Oogs 2-0. Well, for the 3rd game in a row.
Another good passing play out in the center. Zenulus is just attempting to beat players. He's read the second touch really nicely too. 2-0 lead again for the 3rd time in a row for Oogs. I don't think they're going to give it up. They learnt their lesson in that first game. Or in game number 3. But the first game that they had the 2-0 lead. And just make it number 3. Shugs hits top bins.
That is beautiful placement from Shugs. I love that we were just talking about Serrani having a surprising sweep in this series, and looks like the region's woken up. OCE's woken up and said, hang on a minute, we don't do 4 rows in OCE. We only do reverse sweeps or game 7s. And this is well and truly snowball building bigger and bigger here for the Oogs. 3-0 now. Serrani really have gone into their shells.
I think I've been... Oh, here we go. Finn knew the dunk. A little bit surprising, a little bit out of nowhere, but that is what Finn can do. He's so good at kind of faking out what play he's going to go for, just off the roof and reads the touch.
Yeah, really poor challenge. You don't want to be losing that one onto your own net, but... Well, they find one. They still have a lot of work to do, though, Serrani, and the way that they've been scoring, Yummy, it's been tough for them, so...
That's not the sort of goal you can really rely on scoring again in the future.
Exactly.
It's just, again, hoping for a mistake.
Yeah, it's not set up from an onslaught of pressure or demos, or really just a bit of a lucky goal in the end. But credit to Finn. He found a way through. Still half the game, but they do need 2.
And 2 more. One thing I would say is I'm so impressed in terms of the Oogs. Because at the beginning of the series, I was saying, man, they just don't look like a team. They look like good individual players. Looked a little bit like they were playing ranked almost. And I was chopping that up to them not scrimming much. But they've really developed as the series goes on. Their teamwork has been a lot better. Their passing has been immaculate.
Oh.
Fades has somehow managed to turn that into a pass after hitting the crossbar and the post. But even still, not out of dodge just yet as Nasty goes for another one and gets the angle. That should be enough to get Oogs into 2-game territory.
What are they doing here? Finn and Pagsy both going for the mid boost, both in the exact same spot. And Nasty says, if you're going to give me that space, I'll hit it. 4-1. Oogs in control. Serrani in pieces.
Been great for Serrani. And just trying to maybe play a little bit too conservative. A 3-goal lead now for the Oogs. As I said, I don't expect them to give up even a 2-goal lead the way that they learned their lesson from the first one. Almost turning it into a 4-goal lead would be the most dominating game. It already is the most dominating game, but it would be the most dominating game of the series by far. As Fades fakes underneath, he's going for the bump. No, he went for the dribble play. Thought he was trying to get past the ball there.
It's just zero follow-up. Zero follow-up at all. Fades makes the play. Finn's not ready. Pagsy's all the way back, still trying to find boost. Minute left. Still need 3 here, Serrani. And Oog's looking like the better team at the moment.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
the better team overall in this series as well. Serrani with a couple of easier wins, and they are completely falling apart. Make it 5. Dominant. Here is the Oogs.
And just like you saw from First Killer earlier, maybe need to hit the training pack Serrani, because this is maybe the 3rd or 4th shot in the last couple of games that they just haven't even got near the target. And in that case, obviously, it turned around as well after the miss into their own net. A dominating game here from the Oogs.
It's easy to chalk up just one game loss, just as a bit of bad luck. But well, this is a pattern now. Serrani clearly the underperforming team in the previous 2 games, and they have lost their way a little bit. We mentioned their lack of real quality chances, their lack of cohesion. This has come to the forefront in this game. 5 goals conceded, 15 seconds left. Maybe one more to get some confidence, but that's not going to do them any favours as Finn misses the ball.
I think we will have to expect a timeout, but be really interesting, because the thing that separated these 2 teams, oh my goodness shakes, has been just evolution. There's been massive evolution from the Oogs, from game 1 where they were hitting the crossbar, they had their chances and just weren't executing. They fixed that. They fixed the fact that they were getting the lead and then kind of letting it crumble after that. They fixed that. They fixed the fact that they were going for solo play and slow play after slow play, and then all of a sudden they brought out the teamwork. They evolved there. Serrani have looked stale the entire series. They make some mistakes earlier on. They're still making the same mistakes.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they just haven't really adapted or gone up a gear when it looks like Uruguay have really found something. You mentioned the fact that they're looking like more of a team. They're not looking like individuals. Loving what Nasty's doing. His mechanics are on. Shug's getting active. I mean, when you're sniping top corner and not missing an OCE, that's enough to, you know, have some eyeballs on you, because it's pretty tough to do.
I'm calling the reverse sweep. And you know why? Serrani didn't even call the timeout right here. I mean, if there's any time to call a timeout, it is right now.
That's an ego. That's an ego thing, surely.
It's a convincing loss. You're not going to wait to game 7 to call the timeout. Convincing loss. Take it now. Figure out what you need to change. Are they just going to try and go with the same old formula?
Run it back. That's what I reckon. Let's go back to the well. Let's see if for the 4th game in a row, Yummy, you get the first 2 goals here for the Oogs. Doing pretty good at it.
It's the definition of insanity. It's doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, and it hasn't worked. Serrani in the last 2 games, and it really only worked for them 3 games ago because of the crumble from the Oogs. I even think that game 1 definitely could have gone the other way too, just based on one crossbar hit more than anything else. Serrani may be lulled into a false sense of security. They need to turn it around now. And, well, it's hard to do when you're stuck at your own end. Phage is getting bumped, so Finn has to save him. Left him in a little bit of a difficult situation here, Serrani, as the vice starts to close on top of them. Shugs goes for the shot and goes high.
Still love the way that Oogs have been controlling this game. Even here, first minute has been all this orange half.
Great
Another
touch.
double tap coming through Zen. And it's nicely done by Finn, but he has run out of boost. Fades has to carry this out, has to do a lot of work. 50 on. Shug's right there. A Shug, should I say. This here is Zen.
We've called him every name under the sun at this point
Shug,
in time.
Shug, something like that. Oogs, Uggs, all of the above.
No, just don't call him Shags. Shot on here for Zenulus!
Oh, not again.
It's still going on. Serrani
Not
don't call the
again.
timeout. They're still scoring the first goal the last 4 games in a row.
Serrani, more like 0 offense. They cannot get this ball out of the defensive half. It is all orange, and it is all one-way traffic for the Oogs.
It's just repetitive at this point in time. Serrani not even being able to spend much time in the offensive half. They haven't got a single shot on the board just yet. They didn't call the timeout. Going to be thinking about that for a while, but Nasty All three members of Uggs have really stepped up in the last couple of games, and he was a major factor scoring a lot of these goals. As there's Zenulus again. Once again, a 2-goal lead. Zenulus, he's stepping up when it really matters.
Yeah, making 4 games in a row now. They've got the first 2, and as you mentioned, no timeout is ridiculous. They've been the more dominant team this series. They're looking like they're going to reverse sweep at this point. Serrani cannot find any trust or cohesion transitioning it out of defense, and really cost them now off that no timeout call.
I just don't feel like I could say anything about any member of Serrani in the last 2 games. You know, Finn had a really good start. He was the most consistent player on the pitch, but Fades has been quiet all series. Pagsy's has kind of been up and down. And at this point in time, we're going to have to figure out something different. Maybe try and get that ball over to Finn with some space to create a play. Speaking of, he's got a little bit of play here, goes to the bump, and, well, Zenulus managed to avoid it. Doing well at both ends.
Even when Serrani are making a play, I mean, there's no follow-up, so it doesn't even matter if they beat 1 or beat 2, because the third man is nowhere near the attacking half, and just not on the same page at the moment, Serrani, which is so surprising they don't call a timeout. There is the pop.
They're the team that have been together for so long as well. There should be so much more team synergy here.
It's not happening. It's not happening at all. Minute 50, still a 2-goal lead. The Serrani really struggling to break through this defense.
And great play from the Uggs. Managed to keep control of this ball quite a lot. Again, they are managing to secure the boosts, the mid boost, the back boost. So pretty much at all times, they've got a full tank. You can see that, because he doesn't even have any, and he hasn't really been part of the play. And everybody here on the blue team has something in the tank. The straight shot, maybe a pass back to Zenulus would have scored the 3rd goal, but it doesn't matter. They're happy to stay risk-free. Learned their lesson from earlier. 1 minute remaining, and still Serrani. They've managed to get a couple of shots, but nothing too deadly.
Uggs have looked absolutely fantastic. They have really not given an inch, and down the, I love the way in attack down the other end. They've, even the 3-man pass plays, they're looking threatening. Zen stepped up. Everyone on the side, on the blue side, have looked fantastic. There's the shot on, easily saved by Nasty. He's actually hit it backwards, but the Shug is ready to go. There's only 40 seconds now. We're going to head to Champ Field if this keeps up.
It's maybe the most surprising Game 7. I was calling a potential sweep earlier on in the series, the way things were going, the way things were looking between the 2 teams. But again, credit has to go to the Uggs and their ability to evolve as the series goes on. This looks like it's a done deal now, as Nasty, he's just going to take it himself, make sure that neither of his teammates have to commit. And that's no time left for Serrani. We're going to Champs Field.
Speaking of time left, this might be the first time I've ever seen us head to Game 7 with both teams still with the timeout. Can we see a double timeout be called here going into Game 7?
Can I call a timeout? Can I?
All of us? Tech
Referee,
timeout?
producer, are we allowed to do that? Can I? Somebody, just anybody. Admin call the timeout. Nobody's calling the timeout. Neither team. Obviously, that's fine for Uruguay, but for Serrani, who have negative as their sub, and they finally call it. Is it too late? Surely it's got to be in time.
I think it is too late.
It's called too late!
It's too late! A power move we haven't seen too often here at OCE. The referee says no. You should have used it after Game 4. You didn't. So you're not getting one going into Champ Field. I love it. I absolutely love it, Yummy Cheese, man.
This is the best thing that Guru has ever done, even though I'm pretty sure this is Timmy today in the lobby. But this is the best thing that Guru's ever done. And for those at home, you have a very quick window in which you can call a timeout, and they just didn't call it a timeout within that window. It was about 20 seconds before they called it, and that is too late. That means we're going to go straight into a Game 7. Serrani, I mean, I can't really empathize with them at all because they should have called it way earlier in the reverse sweep. And now we go to Game 7. and Serrani has barely scored a goal in the last 4 games.
And it's okay to not call a timeout, Yummy, if you don't need the extra time and you can talk about things, you can change it up. But the problem is, we have not seen Serrani do anything different for 3 games in a row now. So you've got to call the timeout. You needed to talk through things. You needed to work out a different play style, and you haven't so far. And that's why the Oogs are in control and probably got a reverse sweep.
I've already seen something, a little sign here. Pagsy already missing the ball like he was doing in the first couple of games when they won. Maybe that's their strategy to getting back on track. Almost an own goal. Wouldn't have been the best way to start a game 7.
Wow, that could have been absolute disaster. Great catch from Nasty, looking for one more. Just looking to keep it close. Pagsy with the fake. Big 50 by Shugs. He's going to fake this one too. Fades is ready though. For his time, Zen doesn't have to panic. He's going to leave it nasty. This Finn's looking for the clear. Serrani, what do you have for us? Are they tilted off the no timeout call? We'll have to find out.
I think they can't be. Pagsy's always been a pretty level-headed guy. So, let's see. But they've had actually a great set of attacking play here as Pagsy caught it, goes to the dribble. Do they get the double? It's wide open! Pagsy backed off, Finn came in, and that gave room for Shugs to get back.
Pagsy up now once again, finds the 50. Finn doesn't want to go. Someone commit, throw a shot on, and look at them all back off. They've let him out, I think. Fades is going to find the 50. Pagsy's there as well, but Oogs looking to be the first players on the scene at the moment. Sen keeping it close. He has been bumped. Finn looking for the pass. Pagsy with the shot. And Nasty says, thank you very much. They're hanging in there, Oogs.
Yeah, it's just, maybe the old man reactions coming out from Pagsy there that prevented him from getting a strong shot on. That being said, it's been 6 shots in a row for Serrani. Oogs have not been able to get out of their own half this entire 2 minutes so far. But you just kind of know at some point Serrani will overcommit. If they can hold on, if they can keep it at 0 apiece, Oogs will be happy to go for the counter-attack. They've just got to hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, you can see, you can smell the overcommit coming here for Serrani because they haven't found a goal. They should have found a goal. Here is Fades, keeping it close. Nice first touch, but he's inviting pressure at the moment. Finn looking to catch. He's got the dribble. He finds the 50, but it'll roll up safely for Nasty.
Yeah, not the 50 that he would have liked. He was trying to get it to the other corner. Bit of a team bump coming out from Shugs and Nasty, but it's still an opportunity for Zenulus. Has to just put it into the corner. Maybe make it difficult for Finn to get too much on it. Double 50, this time going the way of Oogs. They've done well here. Might get their first shot on the board. No, still denied from Serrani, and it's back in the Oogs half. They don't even register a single shot.
I love that catch from Shugs. Pagsy throws it forward. He's lost control. Beautiful infield pass. The bumps come through. They get the first goal. It's 5 games in a row where they strike first, and they've done it where it matters most.
I just don't know what that is from Pagsy. He's got so much time, and he just lollies it up straight to the blue team. And Oogs, reverse sweep, well and truly on here. Zenulus, who was the mastermind between the last game, maybe looking for a second. Shugs gets on the board. They've done it, CJ. They've got the 2-goal lead that has won them every game for the last 3.
If you didn't know who he was, and I'll put my hand up, I thought his name was Shugs, but we all know it now. He's done it again. What a reset. What a solo play assisted by the bump. They have created an enormous amount of momentum, and Serrani, they are in pieces.
It's been 2 shots for the Oogs, and they've got 2 goals. And on the other end, 7 shots for Serrani. They had 2.5 minutes of pressure at the start of the game and could not convert a single one. And part of that is to the credit of the Oogs. They held on valiantly through that entire time. Most importantly, have kept their boost throughout this, and it looks like they're going to be able to hold on to this 2-goal lead. There's only a minute remaining, and they're still keeping this in the Serrani half. This
has just been an absolute disaster. Finn's missed. Shugs had another great shot, blocked by Finn. He landed on this one. Pagsy's been beaten to the ball. Fades has to go. He's been super quiet since game 3. And there's the pop. Can they make anything work right now? It just looks impossible for Serrani. Fades, throws it across. This has to be the goal right here, and Pagsy has got it so far wide that there's no chance of a follow.
Now Zanulus gets it away. Finn rushing all the way back, express style for the boost. Double commit coming out from Oogs, but a good touch and the dunk will get them out of any danger. And with 30 seconds left, I don't know what Serrani can do.
You mentioned it after Game 5, Yummy. You said this series is over. They're going to do it, Oogs. They're going to reverse sweep, and they have absolutely dominated since Game 3. They've been the better team since Game 2, perhaps. And Serrani have not changed anything.
They have not evolved in any way whatsoever. They didn't even take a timeout, CJ. You got to think back. That timeout could have not only got them a win, got them a couple of $100 extra bucks each. They could have had a chance at the top 4, but instead it's going to be the Oogs. They go to their first top 6. Shugs in his first match on stream gets a win over the veterans in Serrani, and Nasty moves on as well for his first top 6.
Wow. Wow, Formal, you should have predicted him. What are you thinking?
I'm just looking at that logo right now, and I'm kind of terrified. I'm gonna be real. That MS Paint drawing, that's something. But you know what was also terrifying? Serrani not doing anything for 4 games in a row was equally as terrifying. I mean,
I've seen it before. I've seen Express, Dumbo, and Shady do that before. Where you get onto that match winner, and as CJ says, the hardest one to win is the last one. You just think, oh, they're going to make a mistake. We're just going to get a random goal. And they didn't take a single risk. They didn't make a single play after that.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for them. I mean, look, congratulations, obviously, to Shugs. I'm going to struggle with that one. I'm sorry, Shugs. The American accent, it's bad. I'll get it right by tomorrow because they get to play tomorrow, and that's insane. Like that has to be, I think, for them, you know, exceeding expectations and then some.
Yeah, 100%. But as Yummy said, they just changed nothing up. Serrani, it's not even unfortunate for them. It's just, I don't know if it was an ego thing to not call a timeout, but they just did not want to change things up. And in the end, yeah, Shugs, they look. I love what I'm seeing from Shugs. I love what I'm seeing from this team. They look fantastic. I love the pass plays. They didn't change the way they were playing, Yummy, even in Game 7 under pressure.
And there's huge validation too, you know, for the likes of Zenulus, who has the experience, who is able to probably guide them through a reverse sweep. In a best of 7 reverse sweep is very hard to do and very rare, which might sound surprising given the number we've had this split, but yeah, validation there, validation for Shugs in his first on-stream event for us to do so well, validation for Nasty to get his first top 6. A really great showing, and I'm just sad, CJ, that this is the last event, because I would have liked to see how they go in across a few events to see, you know, exactly how they could have evolved given how well they did across just one series.
Yeah, we just got to wait 8 months to see if they can really be a strong team.
How many of them retire and come back?
Yeah, well, that's just it. I'm looking at that situation, and I mean, you said, you know, you're following in the footsteps of Zen, retiring, coming back stronger. Maybe, you know, in 8 months, you're back stronger as well. We'll figure that out in the future. Yeah, we'll see. But we are going to go into a break. When we come back, it is going to be our other lower bracket round. I'm fine in the West, taking on Chins Up when we come back.
With the success of all the OCE retirements, Zenulus added to that list after Luna kind of came out last split and did it. Well, now we've got another one. We've got Morse coming through in the other side of the lower bracket for the OCE retirement to see if he can do the exact same thing. Or, are we in the same position, these guys, where they're kind of expecting them to make it top 8 no matter what, or what's a formal?
It's the post-retirement buff, right? And I don't know. I mean, this is kind of crazy to see Morse come through, retired, got married, came back, top 8. Do you want to know when the last time Morse hit the top 8 was? I actually did the research on it.
I want to know the last time someone married made the top 8.
That's a good point. But the last time Morse made top 8, 21-22 spring. And if that was the event, speaking of hurdles tough to get over, was when the Renegades fell short to Kako's Minions. To not get to the major. That was the last time Morse was in the top 8. Sorry, CJ.
He was on that Renegades roster?
Yeah, that's, I know a couple of guys, probably just a couple of dudes.
Yeah, so I can understand why CJ might not remember how long ago that was, but it's crazy. He's back. Well done.
Knock that one out of my brain well and truly, but good to see Morse back, Yummy. He does have a tough matchup. West is one of these teams that we do talk about as a major contender, and they'll be looking to handle business here.
Yeah, we had an upset in the first match and maybe a chance for Chins Up to get an upset in match number 2. But I don't know, guys. This one seems like a much tougher task here, especially given how good the West has been and how maybe even they were only in the lower bracket because of a forfeit they ended up having yesterday. They didn't get the chance to get themselves into the upper bracket.
I just hope Shores is feeling better, right? Again.
Oh, Shores now. So it was Scrub before.
Oh, sorry, no, it was Scrub. It was Scrub. Sorry, my bad. That was me. That one's on me. But I just hope they're feeling better, right? After being feeling a little sick before. Because they're going to have to be. I was looking at the numbers, crunching the numbers. They can make the finals. Yeah, you said it before, top 2. Things fall their way, they could still make it to that major with the top 2 finish. Yes, it's a long road and it's going to be a tough one for them, but I think frustrations from yesterday, motivation, if they're healthy, they got a chance.
Well, yeah, absolutely they've got a chance. I think, whoever can handle the pressure the best in the final weekend is going to be able to get the job done. But Chins Up, Morse, you mentioned it, Wedding Buff, I'm all about it. I think, can we get double upset here for the first 2 series in our final event?
Another retired person making the stream in terms of that's clearly a logo based off JR Tins, who retired from commentating with us because he was sick of us. So
wow.
Now he's back on the stream somehow. He's wormed his way in. Well done.
As he said in the chat, he wants to speed run everything, right? Commentator, player, coach, now logo / mascot as well.
So he can't really speed run that unless you're talking about quickest to get knocked out of any tournament. Then sure.
Well, if we're going back to Morse's last top 8, he was the substitute on that team.
Which is funny because I've always called Morse the GOAT substitute of OCE.
Well, look, we're gonna have to wait and see.
It's been a long cruise. Yep, sorry.
Yeah, look at this guy's completely ruined my intro once again. Junior Chins, let's see if he can coach this team to success. I'm going to say it. He's the absolute GOAT. We love the Tins, but they've got a tough challenge right here coming up against Westies, your boys.
I don't know if he's actually coaching this team right now, and unless he's coaching them to play golf, which is always something he could be doing. I saw that video. First goal though. Is going to go the other way. Rez puts it on.
Yeah, look, he can go play Barnbougle, but it doesn't beat Manfield Knight. They're not going to be able to get this one done. 11 seconds in, and the Westies are firing.
Yeah, that did not take long. And again, it's something that I'm going to be a little bit worried about because unlike that last series where, yes, it was an upset, nothing against Surani, but I feel like the Westies are that next level. I mean, they are a team where all 3 members have had serious success within the region. Laxton, some people tout as the best mechanical player in the region. This is a tough ask, and we talk about Morse a lot. That's just because Worthy and Coopier, we don't really know that much about them yet, CJ.
Yeah, he's a little bit yet to be fully exposed to the main stage here, Rocket League OCE channel. And there's a nice little double. Here we go. Chins up. Well, Chins were down in the first 11 seconds, but they've got to keep them up and not lose their heads here. Rez onto the backboard. Cleared this time. Laxon, we're mentioning best players in OCE. He was certainly putting his hand up for that mantle in the previous split. Scrub, reset, rips it across. Nice defense so far. They just got caught out early. Chins up, but now they're looking pretty good, and Scrub's completely broken his own ankles off the demo. 1-1.
What happened to Scrub there? I'm kind of curious on this replay. I didn't really get an angle to see it. Yeah, was rotating more midfield. Ball winds up behind them. Well done to the orange side. Chins up. Get on the board.
Chins up indeed. There's Laxon. Throws that one down. Well, loses that touchdown field. Scrub with the clear. All of a sudden, Chins up are in this, and Tins is up and about in the Twitch chat.
Yeah. I think because of the logo, he's trying to claim this team as his own, which, look, mate, I don't know if you can do that, all right, just because, you know, it's the likeness. We got a Mr. Sparkle situation happening. Either way, hey, we'll see how far they can go. Maybe, do you get royalties if you're a mascot and your team makes it to a final?
100%. I think you should get everything. I think you should get 100% of it.
Well, looks like he agrees with you in the chat right there. Well, I think more teams need to use my logo and likeness then moving forward.
Yeah, they'll probably get top 128 and get $0. They'll be unlucky. Full royalties though, that's what we want to see. 1-1, 2 minutes gone. In game one, Laxon looking to catch, finds a nice 50. Sideball double, Scrub right there. He's just going to roll it in. He's going to completely staunch the defense to grab the lead.
Yeah, kind of brute forcing this one right there. Scrub just well placed in front of Worthy, who I think Worthy obviously would have been better off trying to put it in the back corner in that situation. Not sure that you were aware how close Scrub actually was to them. Either way, 50 well won. And now off the kickoff, Rez with the real chance for a double. Put themselves a little too high.
Nice pressure. That's a great pass to Laxon as well. He's just going to back off. Take this one into the corner with the 100 boost. 34 for Rez. Gonna hang on to every single piece of that boost. Worthy doesn't get the clear, actually whiffs this touch. This is awkward now. Finds the 50 though. Scrub pops it up straight to Worthy. It's a nice pass into the center. But Laxon would just be able to scoop this one up on the backboard.
Yeah, scoop it up and try to create space the other way. As Cuvier will have the time to rotate back around. Goes to midfield. Rez playing very passively, so Worthy will be able to get it to the backboard. As I'm liking the setup actually from Chins up. They are setting something up nicely, although it does look like Worthy missed the boost. That opens up the middle of the field, and it's a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, missed the boost, missed the ball, and missed absolutely everything here. That's Worthy with his second tough read that he hasn't been able to connect with. Minute 53 to go, and Westies, they're in the box seat now.
Yeah, that is a bit more like what I think we may have been expecting scoreline-wise coming into this one. Beautiful pass from Laxon. Scrub's actually going to catch it. Won't turn it into a goal, but just showcasing how explosive this blue side can be.
Yeah, I like it. They're really just going for it. Doesn't matter where the ball is. If it's in an unscorable spot, they'll still have a crack at it. Here, Westies, they're full of confidence at the moment. There is Worthy. Probably the reset wasn't the option there. Gets dunked away. Kupier able to take this one on the sidewall. Little wall dash as well. Has space. Gonna go low. Pogo. Rez has to be careful. Kupier's doing it all himself.
Yeah, Coop again. Second goal for them, and yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Laxon kind of misses. Rez not expecting that. Can't really get the touch on the ball that they wanted. The awkward defense leads to another goal. Like, be it as it may, you might be heavy favorites, but we're still in the top 8. There's a reason why these teams have made it here, and you can't afford to be making missteps like that.
Well, it could be game on right now. Minute 10 to go. That's a nice save from Morse. The demo thought I want to clear the net completely, but they're hanging in there. The Chins. Here's Kupier, gets dusted. Laxon takes it up, doesn't have boost. Morse with the clear. 55 seconds. They could completely pinch this. Can find one more goal. Grab the all-important equalizer. Scrub trying to keep the ball in. Laxon just going absolutely. He's just dusting everyone. He's too quick, but he was offline. Lucky enough, Scrub's there to clean up.
Yeah, intended, right? That was the plan the entire time, to pass it back to Scrub. Good positioning from Scrub to follow that up. Goal probably should have been Laxton's at the end of the day. No harm, no foul. 2-point lead, under a minute to go. Normally, I would say this game's probably done, but with how shaky the defense has looked a couple times for the Westies, I don't want to call it just yet. We'll see, though. The kickoff does go in their favor.
We're hearing from the chat first that it's pronounced Kuiper. I'm going to need confirmation on that one. Comes from, I think the only way to get confirmation there is to get a family member in the call with us, just to really let us know.
They were also like implying that Kuiper or Coupier, or you have some history with them. Is there any embellishment to that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the chin's trying to talk to me about there. It's interesting, but I do know that this game 1 victory will be all important here for the Westies, just to get off to a good start on their hopes of major qualification.
Yeah, I mean, that realistically for Fine in the West, they need today to be perfect. I mean, winning it obviously is the bare minimum, but I feel to carry the momentum against a team like Chins Up, they really want to kind of put that stamp of authority on this series and go through with all the momentum. I believe they get the loser. If they do win, they get the loser of TSM versus Power. So, okay. In theory, fortunately, there's a high chance Wildcard will be on the opposite side of the bracket unless the Chiefs pull off the upset. So they have a real road to get there, but that road is going to go through essentially only rivals tomorrow. And it's why I just feel if you drop a game, if you look a little weak at the end of today, that could play with your mental. It could mess things tomorrow. So I feel they need that 4-0.
Yeah, I think it's just the confidence is absolutely massive. And look, I've just Googled it, and apparently it is pronounced Kuiper, but it's got another I in it, doesn't it? This name, Coupier, Kuiper. It's honestly, it's all I can think about right now. We need confirmation on how to say this guy's name.
I'm worried about the state of Australian spelling. I mean, Ogway was spelt wrong. Coobs was spelt wrong, and now we have this one as well, Kuiper. Strange spelling. I truly worry.
It's tough. It's one of OCE's greatest challenges is the random team names that we get. We had the longest name, the longest word in the world, as it Yummy loves to say, previously, and now we're having names that I have no idea how to say.
All right, well, Kuiper, moving forward, we'll keep it. How is that in any way, shape, or form Kuiper? Sorry, I got to get over this. Kuiper had that touch. Now it's going to be Worthy to the backboard. Not really able to drop it low. Laxton will bring it back up the other way. And the double, it's not good.
Morse told me it was Coupier. Okay, Monty, I see you. Coupier, that sounds nice. Coupier. That's kind of what we were saying before. Yeah, we trust him.
Yeah, well done. Sounds kind of French when you pronounce it that way. Coupier. Very profound, very professional, as Coupier is going to take it back to the other side. Reset, doesn't maintain contact. Laxton keeps it away. Worthy up to the corner and down. It's looking like it could be a setup, but no shot to be had.
Yeah, better start here from the Chins, the Dr. Chins, or is it? Never mind. Laxton with the first once again. Caster cursed. 1-0.
Yeah, I felt like Laxton was due for a goal. Had gotten it pretty close before. Granted, this wasn't the flashy Laxton goal. It was a straight shot it in, but a Laxton goal nonetheless. Gets the Westies that early lead, and I don't know, game 2, there's definitely been chances, it feels like, for Chins Up, and if they can keep their chins up, they'll still have a chance. Morse, it doesn't get a shot at it. Laxton kept it low enough to try and clear it out.
Gonna fake this one though, and that's a beautiful shot from Worthy. It might have been assisted by the goalkeeper, but an instant response will do them a world of good.
Yeah, that was just well placed, and I mean, Scrub, unfortunately, a little bit too slow, winds up banging it in their own net as opposed to playing it off the top crossbar like I think they were hoping for, or maybe even the backboard. Either way, that ball was going in, so Worthy, good response, fast response, And we saw that a couple times in game number 1 as well. It's definitely, Chins Up are not a team that are just going to roll over. They'll find opportunities.
They're finding more and more right now. If you're going to keep missing that one, Scrub. There's a double commit as well. Worthy's beaten 2 to the ball. Can he find one more? Doesn't get the touch. It's a triple commit coming out from Westies. You want to make the major. You want to verse international competition. You got to cut that out. So we're almost half a game gone and Chins Up right in it.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you, and it's kind of crazy to think that, you know, we need to be looking at these guys under that, like, major microscope, but there is a chance still that I'm finding the West is that team that does go to Raleigh, and we'll see what they can find. It's a long shot, but a shot nonetheless. At the moment, though, it's Morse trying to find a longer shot. Goes straight into Scrub off the backboard, back the other way. Laxton's in the middle. They connect, but so too does the defense.
Still throwing everything at each attack here. The West boys. There's a nice 15. Morse ready this time. Laxton throws it across. It's a nice infield, but Rezzy's in there. Worthy able to find the 50. Scrub going to keep the heat on. 2 minutes left. As I mentioned, though, much better game. They're finding some beautiful challenges, and they're completely dusting these guys to the ball. It's a Wifty coming through. Here's Coupier down to Morse with the redirect on the backboard, and it's not quite the shot coming through. It's just absolute backboard passing gameplay that will not work for Chins Up.
Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting because you saw 2 defenders in the net just planning on playing the patient game, but with all the backward passes, they had no reason to push out. Now they do, though, as we go to the opposite side. A little bit chaotic. Double commit actually into the corner, so Laxton doesn't really have anyone to drop it down to. Res midfield stops the counter. Morse tries to rotate back. Worthy has to play post. Gets an awkward touch. Scrub fails to cut it off, but Laxton was in a good position till Coupier brings it back the other way. Chins Up with the late lead.
Yup, a complete lack of nonsense. Look at this. Look at this place. Completely dunked Laxton. He had 100 boost. He wanted a solo. Coupier said, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'll have this one. The lead for the Chin.
I mean, the Chins would be proud if he didn't just go AFK and miss it entirely. Morse looking for the double, not going to find it. Coupier, though, will still keep things on the blue side of the field. Here comes Worthy. Flick up, not in.
Still pressure. Put some poor positioning. Laxton trying to use that speed. Worthy has to worry about the own goal. As well not to put it into his own net. It is tempting. Trust me, I know. On the backboard here is Worthy. Or side ball, should I say. Coupier keeping the heat on. They're popping it up, but this could be real trouble. Shot on is very weak. Laxton, careful. Be careful. It's not in, but it's really concerning when that happens for you, Westies.
Yeah, a pinch from there should not work, and yet if it had been on target, this game would be out of reach. 30 seconds to go. Rez putting it towards the net, diving safe and Worthy. Laxton now tries to do the same, but Morse shuts it down. Coupier, that's a little bit of an awkward touch. Scrub tries to take advantage. 15 seconds. There's the shot. No, it's more backboard play.
Full backboard play that's going absolutely nowhere. Rez, what do you got for us? Last play, Scrub's pre-jump. Scrub's on the shot on. It's a lovely save. Oh, Coupier's doing everything, and Scrub's in a terrible spot with low boost. There's one last chance. Can Laxton cook? It's a beautiful first touch. He's looking for the bump. He doesn't find the bump. Scrub can't keep it up. Chins Up, 1-1.
Wow. Chins Up doing, I think, phenomenally to get that win. And we weren't thinking this was going to be like the last series, CJ, but I'm seeing some parallels. We were talking about it before with the Zen's team, how it's like they're going to be content to play defense, wait for Serrani to overextend, find the counter goals. I feel like Chins Up was doing the exact same thing for a lot of that. We saw the Westies playing that backboard, trying to play through the corner, just not going everywhere. Chins Up stays back, stays patient. Suddenly, you know, there's a gap in the rotations. Coupier usually the one who finds it. Boom, shot the other side. The pinch as well. It should have been 3-1. The counterattacking game working for Chins Up, and they get a win.
Yeah, they just really caught, I think the pressure and just their confidence caught out Fine in the West. Perhaps thinking they'd just play passive, sit in net, and just let Fine in the West do whatever they want on the ball. But Coupier said, Laxton, no thank you. I understand you're one of the best players in the region, but I'm not going to give you that kind of respect. That's what I like to see. That's what Mr. Tins in the chat has provided these boys. The confidence of the Chin. And it's coming through in spades right here.
Yeah, we'll see it. And I mean, this is going to be a great way to make a top 8 debut. Rez, though, makes Worthy look a little silly. Off the kickoff, Westies get the first point.
Yeah, never mind. Just never mind. Worthy should have got the touch here. Just completely whiffs it on the backboard read. And 6 seconds in, West want to lock this one down.
Yeah, you know, it might be a return to normalcy, but the last time we saw a quick goal, it was responded in kind as Worthy gets that ball past the midfield line. Another 50. No way this rolls in.
What? How does this keep on happening to Fine in the West? How do they keep taking the worst possible 50s? He's just gone completely below him, and Scrub can't get back in time.
And nobody was expecting that to work. I'm not even sure Morse would have been. Either way, tie ball game 1-1. And just like last game, it's an immediate response coming out of chins up. Apt name right now. They just don't get phased when they give up early leads.
It's crazy. And they're not keeping the ball even here. There was just so much time for Rez to keep it, and he's lost possession. More pressure coming through. Another double commit from Fine in the West. They're not looking good at all. And look at these plays, making them so awkward. Front post looking like Shopify Rebellion. Throws it across. So Rez looking to catch the ball. Fine in the West, though. Still with a bit of pressure on them. Cupier, be careful. Must turn from Morse.
The QPR does get there and now starts to bring it back the other way. Laxton doesn't really get a chance to play backboard straight away. Is looking for Scrub, though. Has Rez across the middle. Double commit, but with a touch on the ball, the pass won't connect. Unfortunate. Rez had a wide open net, and now ball starts to come back the other way. Midfield control still seems to favor I'm Fine in the West. And like in a lot of ways, I'm Fine in the West has been in control of things. Scary moment. Ball doesn't go in.
Oh, what a boost grab from Rez. That is ridiculous. He's taking it straight up. He finds a bump. It's a goal. It's got to be a goal anyway. He just completely worried the defense out. The demo came through, and that boost spawn was huge.
A big boost spawn helps set it up. The demo underneath means no one's there to challenge the pass and shot. Well-executed team play for I'm Fine in the West. Again, every time the Westies get a goal, there's like a part that thinks, okay, they're back in form, they're playing as we'd expect from them, and then Chins Up will respond. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case this time, though, CJ. Rez gets another.
Yeah, easy as you like it, and they're well and truly back in control. That's what they needed after that game loss. It's a beautiful drop-down pass. Rez does the rest, but Scrub able to completely set that one up. All three of them involved, and, well, they're right back on top.
Yeah, it's good to see. Good to see them starting to take this game over a little bit here in our third match. Ball to the backboard. Laxton gets a touch and will play it through the corner. Actually keeping it up high. Morse has to challenge. Another 50 going Chins Up way. I mean, the 50 is going the orange side's way. Has been a little bit surprising for the most part, but I still feel positioning, speed, boost control, that's been favoring the Westies for now. But here comes the bump play. That just leads to a shot on. Laxton makes the save.
Yeah, nice first touch as well from Rez. He's going to go off the ceiling. In fact, he's going to leave it for Scrub. And so is Laxton. He's got to be careful about the demo. He's done well. Side ball. No one there for the pass. Rez right there on the counter attack as well. If the shot's great, it's going to be a goal. Worthy this time makes a save. A fake would be huge. Instead, it's a reset. And not one more. Fine in the West, though. They'll be pretty happy that they didn't concede down the other end. There's half the game left still. Able to find a 2-goal, make it a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, Rez getting the better of the defense. Hat trick for Rez now in game number 3. Just right over the top of QPR, and Worthy not able to make the save. Well done. Good pass. Good shot. 3-goal advantage halfway through this game. Westies realistically shouldn't let this one slip.
Should be fine from here, but we've seen crazier things happen today, let alone previously. There's the backboard. Morse going to catch this one. We'll be able to find one more. In fact, he's going to just leave it for a teammate. Unfortunately, it was only Laxton in the center. Scrub with a 50 side ball. Just over 2 minutes left. And Chins Up find any sort of a foothold in this series, well, in this game. It's not looking as promising as that game 2.
No, it's not. And it looked promising at first, right? But I think, well, they just, a lot of the midfield, a lot of the 50s that were going their way have stopped. Rez now has 4 goals in this game. It's just an absolute ball hawk. Great touch from the middle of the field. And yeah, well done.
Yeah, 5-1. This is more like it. And Perhaps that game 2 was a bit of a wake-up call for Fine in the West to get things going, to click into gear, and they certainly have done that. It's a really strong showing so far. They're going to go again here, Scrub, with another reset over the top. Kupier has to make the save, an infield pass with the shot. Oh, he's got to fake everyone out. That's a nice touch. Another nice save coming through from Kupier, because his teammates, they were done to a dinner right there.
Yeah, that was a spooky moment, but good save from behind. However, not out of danger just yet. Since then, it's just been backward pressure coming from the Westies. Even now, Scrub should be able to get this one close to the backward. Oh, it's a massive fake. Unfortunately for them, QPR was still back there. Now, water falling down will be collected by Morse to clear it out. Minute 10 to go, 4-goal game. It should go Westie's way, and the pressure will be back on the orange side of 5th. A 6-goal. Rez gets their 5th.
I love this from Laxton. He was waiting for the pass, and Rez said, no, I'm going to solo. So Laxton instead said, fine, I'll go find some Nemos in net, and that's a beautiful 50. All 3 required in net, but they couldn't keep it out. 6-1 a minute for the Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil feeling very likely, and to go from a shock win to a Brazil against you, probably not going to do chins up a lot of favors. We'll see, though. If they can even get one on the board before the end of regulation. Rez, though, is going to bring it back the other way. Do we get a 6th goal from Rez? Not quite. They're bumped off the double.
Oh, he's found the flip, though. After getting bumped onto the ceiling, he's got to find the 7th. The Brazil, though, doesn't get the bump. 35 seconds. Rolls it up. Morse right there. It's a nice pop. Laxton so aggressive in their positioning right now. Rez, look at these guys floating around the ball. It's a nice pop around. Rez, can he find the pass back? No, Laxton's going off the seal, and they're feeling it right now. Fine in the West. They are in top flight.
Now we'll see as Laxton starts to bring it back the other way. A little bit of a reset, but not able to get the ball. Rez now popping it up. Chat still looks like they're arguing about the pronunciation of QPR as they come up through the corner, but not going to find more after that. Shot, nope. Rez, a chance for the Brazil on 0 seconds. Double touch denied. But West still win.
Ooh. Backs turn into... I'm trying to work out their... Maybe it could be... Could it be Pier? Could it be Kai Pier? Could it be Kai Pier? Kai Pier? Can I interest you in a Kai Pier chat? Kai Pier?
I know Kai Pier. Because you really
we could ask him, but I can't be bothered.
You gotta enunciate the U. QPR. QPR? What if we go Spanish with it? What if we try to roll the R? QPR.
Well, no, I think it's getting worse the more you're thinking about it.
True. Look, when I say I'm concerned about like Australian spelling, it's because like coming into this one as an American CJ, I already have no chance, right? So like,
yeah,
I need the
I don't think this is
me.
Australian. This is not. No, it can't be. What's the origins? Someone tell me the origin. Can you use it in a sentence?
Use it. What are the other questions? Like definition from the spelling bee? Because if you ask
definition, sentence.
Yeah. Dude, I have bad memories of those spelling bees, man. They were a challenge.
You weren't a fan?
That's how I learned about
how many
like
spelling bees were you in?
Well, 2, I think, and I feel it was just like high school ones, you know. They weren't real. They weren't official. They were just an excuse to make fun of my bad spelling. Either way, here we go. Game number 4. Kick it off. Morse down. Laxton around the corner. Like they had a room where like if you lose, you go to like the depressed room where they kept all like the sad kids.
What? I like the idea that they said, hey, let's run some spelling bees to make fun of formal spelling. That was their goal. But you think that was their goal on that one? Anyway, I guess, well, interesting. I don't think I did that many spelling bees. I don't think we really did spelling bees.
Yeah,
I think that was a thing.
I think it could be an American thing. Rez, good touch, middle of the field, puts it straight in. That's going to be the early lead for the Westies.
Quippier, we're just getting different ones every single time. The Cheeseman's even chiming in. 40 seconds into this one, first goal on the board. It is just one-way traffic at the moment. Fine in the West, they found another level, and right now, the Chins, Mr. Tins, you need to get them to step up to it because they can't at the moment, or can they? There he is. I'm not even going to say it, but he scored.
Big K gets one through from the middle of the field. Shot in. Power behind it. Equalizing touch. Look, he has been the best-looking player so far on this orange side as well. Chins up like Coupier. We're going to have to learn this name eventually, CJ. Next season, look out. Next year, he's going to be that breakout player. We have to solve this mystery with the chat.
Yeah, and again, all mysteries could be solved in an easy way by just asking the person, what do you think? But I think we'd rather speculate. I think we'd rather live in an era of just an unknown, which I quite like at the moment. We are over a minute through in this one, and Chins Up have found a little bit of momentum with that equaliser. It's an awkward touch, though. You can just see Fine in the West. They're completely going for it. This is fantastic. What a shot from Rez. What a first touch. Gets the double off the backboard. He finds the lead once again.
Yeah, that was great, Rez. I mean, Rez, don't let the mispronunciation of Big K's name distract from the fact that Rez has been popping off this series. Like, Rez has been playing what we kind of expected FaZe to do last series right now. It's been absolutely everywhere, finding multiple goals in every game. This has been a Rez that we haven't seen in a little while, and I'm glad to see coming out now with this team's back against the wall. Scrub with a chance, not able to get it.
Actually going to pass it backwards to Rez. Scrub waiting on the infield. He's got 0 boost, but his positioning was fantastic right there. Worthy with space. Went for the reset. Rez underneath. Found the dunk. Scrub's going to keep it as close as he possibly can. Laxton's been kind of just been the cleanup crew for Fine in the West so far, but he's got to worry about Worthy because you don't want to be dribbling across your net, Formal.
No, dribbling across the net is always a bad sign. You must have thought, hey, I'm far enough back. Surely I'll be good, but Worthy, bat out of hell, straight to it. Equalizing goal once again. I mean, Chins Up. When they're able to make those aggressive challenges, when they're playing that far forward, that's when they've been looking at their best at times. And I mean, this is another opportunity, maybe. Oh, not quite. As the ball slows down middle of the field, Laxton with a chance. Going to look for a crazy touch here. Nope, lets it fall for Rez. Goes corner, back to Laxton. It's a miss. It's another miss. Scrub tries to slow play it with a reset towards the net, and in it goes.
Oh my word, that is the biggest dunk I've ever seen. And the nice ones come through in chat. Scrub caught it, and he had to get this back on net. He was aiming at the corner, and he's completely dunked Morse. That thing's going through at 125 kilometers an hour, and Fine in the West will be pretty fine with the lead.
Yeah, this is a pretty big game for them too. A 3-1 series lead would probably put to rest maybe a lot of the doubts that the team could be feeling after dropping that game number 2. Laxton going to chop it up for themselves. They should have time for the midfield boost and maybe another touch on the ball until Worthy gets the dunk. QPR to the backboard. Here comes more shot. Oh no!
Oh no! What has he done that for? He had time, he had space, and he doesn't find the net. Oh goodness, that's not what you want to see. Laxton's popping it up. This time it's going to be Rez. He's going low. He's got a reset too. He's got to be worried about the dunk here. Coupier. Here's a shot. Coupier. I don't even want to say it. I feel like I'm saying it differently every time. Now I'm in my own head about it. Minute 45. Fine in the West still with the lead.
Hey, you know what? Big K has many names. And that's what I'm running with until I get confirmation. Here we go from underneath Scrub. 50 to Laxton. We should be looking for Rez now, but Rez, back behind the midfield line, will actually give up the touch. Would rather challenge midfield, get Worthy, gets it behind them. Underneath, there is Morse. So on the attack now, Chins Up. Maybe they'll find something. Big K gets demoed. Touch was towards the net. Nothing really threatening here.
Ain't threatening at all. Morse throws this one forward. Here is Rez looking for 2. Just over a minute. Chins Up, need to find one. Scrub's got to be careful of the dunk here. He's going to roll through it. He's got to roll through everyone. Is the shot coming through? Morse just a bit slow on that occasion. Fine in the West. Looking a little bit panicky. They really want to escape this game with a win.
Yeah, again, it feels like whenever the pitch kind of shrinks on them on their defensive half, they panic quickly, and to the orange side's credit, Chin's Up, when they're trying to play opportunistic, when they're trying to look for those like counterattacking styles, they've had the chances. That said, Rez, all the time in the world for this double, will put game 4 away.
Let's see, the first touch was so good, and Morse, as soon as he saw it, went, oh boy, and he just backflips on the spot. Open net for Rez, easy as you like. And that 2-goal lead will be a little bit of a cushion for the final 33 seconds.
Back-to-back hat tricks for Rez. Granted, I think they got 6 last game, 5 or 6, so having an absolute monster of a goal-scoring series right now is Rez, and pretty good who I'm finding in the West as well, because it feels like they may have needed that kind of performance a couple of times in this one. Still going to be 1 game away as we hit our final 13 seconds here in game number 4, but I do imagine we will actually see a timeout this time as Laxon does what Laxon does.
Yeah, Laxton's just cooking. This is fantastic performance, as you would expect. The timeout should be coming through with 7 seconds left. This has been... We've had a couple of one-sided games in this series, but this is a really important time for Finding the West to put in a strong performance.
Yeah, it is what we were hoping to see from them. That said, the 0-second goal, sorry, the 1-second goal will go the other way. I find in the West probably already thinking about game 5. Didn't bother to show up really for this kickoff. Even with the bump on Worthy, the ball falls in.
Yeah, 1 second, but it's too little too late in this game. Will be match point for Fine in the West. A 4-1 win. You mentioned a 4-0 being important, but I think a 4-1 would still be a really strong piece of momentum going into Champ Sunday.
I think more so just by the way how they've been winning these games. For Rez in particular, they are playing with, you know, a lot of confidence that they're going to need. I feel when you look... Yep, timeout, Chin's Up. There we go. But I feel when I look at, like, you know, Finding the West, Laxon has kind of proven himself by taking that regional back, you know, split number 2. That was huge for them. Scrub, obviously, international success, everything Pioneers, everything KCP has been fantastic. Rez is the only one that hasn't really had that deeper success. And it kind of feels like they're the one who still will need to prove it to themselves. They're the one who's going to need that momentum going into a must-win weekend. And to see them playing at this level, even against a team like Chin's Up, has to be great for the team overall.
Yeah, I think anytime you're able to put in a strong performance, regardless of the opposition, is going to be pretty important, because we talk about the mental side of Rocket League. I think it's nearly 80% mental this game. Everyone's so close in terms of skill. All the teams right now, particularly in OCE, we look at that top 5, all kind of on a similar level. So having a bit of momentum, having a bit of confidence, and banking a strong win on Saturday could do a world of good going into Sunday. So we'll see if they can do it, if the timeout buff can be denied and they can lock in a 4-1 victory.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see, though, what a timeout buff looks like, especially with these bubble teams. Like, how much do they mix it up? How much of a change do we get? Did they actually get JR Tins in call to give them that motivational speech? Because if they have, I think I'm finding the West is in trouble. If Coach Chins is back.
Coach Chins? You're a fan of him?
I'm a fan of Coach. Ever since I saw Coach Chins on stage at PAX pull off some crazy things. He did look good as a coach, didn't he? He looked really good as a coach. Like Tim's always just looked good. All right, that's why he was the eye candy. And since we've lost him on these shows, I feel like we've been kind of missing that.
Yeah, I think we've lost about 2 viewers since we lost him, which is it's really hurt the overall brand. It was one of them was the stream on his second monitor. He does like to do that on his phone as well. Make sure you're tuning in on every possible device if you're watching at home. See if the timeout buff, though, will be able to help these guys going into game number 5. Chins Up just really lost their way a little bit, but we've got to give credit to Fine in the West. They are a pretty strong team, and they are showing it right now.
Yeah, that they are, and I mean, both these teams have put on a show at the very least. I'm happy to learn about Big K. I'm excited to see, you know, if they'll pop up more in the offseason, if they'll pop up more maybe in this event. Maybe, who knows? We're not done yet. I'm not here to sing eulogies, but I'm always get excited when new bubble players have pop-off performances on stage, and Rez nearly gets it done.
Yeah, he's looking good, Rez. Kupier throws it across Laxton underneath, finds the nice 50. Morse is awkward. He's jumped early and doesn't get the double, but Worthy was underneath as Laxton's finding a really tough to find the mid boost. Huge dunk coming through. More center clear downfield. Chins up, just getting outpaced at the moment. Not really able to find any easy touches at all, and this is going to be a little bit awkward in defense. Finding the West still pushing forward and not losing any of that confidence we've seen in the last couple of games.
No, they have not, and that's good to see. Timeout buff maybe doing its job, but with no boost, Worthy can't do much here. That's going to be a goal. Rez, who else gets the first for I'm Fine in the West?
Easy as you like. 90 seconds in, Rez just double jump, dusting Kupier there, and Worthy's not back in time. Neither is Morse. 1-0. Pretty easy first goal off the timeout. They won't be happy with that. Chins up.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to be. However, nearly getting the second scrub to a devious angle. Laxton still trying to drop it down in front of the net. Winds up going over. Doesn't matter. Nobody in the midfield anyways, as Big K goes into Laxton. Second touch actually throws Morse off. Cheeky one that. Scrub now. Looking for something. Reset. No shot.
Scrub and Rez both going for... Oh, that's a bad miss coming through. Speaking of Rez, the pinch almost finds its way in the back of the net. Kupier with boost. It's dunked by Scrub. Doesn't get two. Double commit coming through. Chins up. Laxton's going to be the first one on the scene. Down to Scrub off the backboard. Getting fine too. He's going to go the fake instead. Laxton with a pop. And Rez says, I'll have a piece as well. The triple commit. But they don't get punished.
Yeah, Morse couldn't quite get the better of Rez in a way to score it. What a musty from Laxton. Power out of nowhere, nearly gets the goal.
Yeah, completely caught Chins up by surprise and caught me by surprise as well. I didn't think you could get that kind of power on it at all. Scrub throws it on. And look at this pressure. Kupier has to worry about the touch. He's done well to keep it out. But this is such dominance here from Fine in the West. They are all over them, and Laxton's doing as he pleases.
Yeah, this is a confidence that you feel when you're up 3-1 in a series, looking like you're going to be going through to, Championship Sunday, and a big one at that. Laxton midfield does get the better of the defense now. Rez has a chance around the corner. Worthy gets demoed. Net gets opened up, and Scrub too slow to put it in.
And still defense has been pretty strong even with the demos. They are down a goal though. They need it down the other end here. Chins up, and that's not the touch you want. It's going to be open. Scrub's missed. Rez with the clean up. Double commit. They've bumped each other. Made a bit of a meal of it. They still haven't lost pressure. The attack is still prolonging until now. Looks like Kupier will be able to pop this one out. Rez is going to find the dunk. They are all low boost. Really low in the tank. Fine in the West, if they can find a strong 50, will be able to get a goal. The 50 doesn't quite come their way.
Not on this attempt. Let's see what Laxton can do underneath with the bump. There's the shot, not in. As we start to fall back, Rez now wants to play through the corner, but again, it is Big K over the top. Minute 12 remaining, but it's still a 1-goal game, CJ. I mean, if Chins Up can get past that midfield, if they can put that shot on, maybe, just maybe, we go to overtime. Series not done.
I love the way Fine in the West they're linking up downfield. They're able to just get this ball right back in the danger zone here. Chins Up have played so much defense. There's the 50 in a bit of space. Worthy. You can see the bumps trying to come through. They're really going for it here, Chins Up, but it's just not clicking at the moment. Worthy, what have you got for us? Laxton's got to fall off the ceiling. No touch. Big reset coming through. Rez is there in time.
I mean, there was an opening. The reset was the right place. Scrub had no boost, but it just was too slow to set up. A bit unfortunate now. 30 seconds to go. Chins Up. Maybe they got one more shot left in them, but they got to clear the midfield line first. Morse goes for the deep touch. They need to play it through the corner. They do. There's a chance now, CJ.
Not happening for them. 15 seconds. It's down the wrong end. Morse is trying to keep the ball in. Scrub with boost. He's got around one. Morse has missed. This could be the goal. Could be the opening. Should be the opening. Rez, though, will be playing a little bit safer than most. He has been demoed. There's a chance. Scrub with boost. Finds the ground. No, he doesn't. Now they find it. Okay. Fine in the West. They cure the 4-1 win. They deny the timeout buff and move on to top 6.
Yeah, is the end result a surprise? Not really. 4-1. Pretty standard win for Fine in the West, too. Being honest, taking the step back, as exciting as Big K was to watch, they just, unfortunately, couldn't get those wins on it, and I like it. The ref is doing some research right now. They're trying to figure out how to pronounce Big K's name.
Yeah, I think we've got a while to think about it now because they haven't quite made it through to the main event. Fine in the West, Mr. Yummy Cheese Man looked pretty strong, and they conceded, well, they lost the game in there, but overall looked like a dominant team.
Yeah, I heard the collusion. I heard that you made sure that the admins ensured that Fine in the West would win, just so you didn't have to pronounce Big K's name anymore for at least.
What are you? Have a go. What are you locking in on this one?
I'm going Quippier.
Quippier. Yeah. Like either Q with a Q. Yeah, I can see that.
It's pronounced a million different ways, and we'll have to hear from him.
Coupier. That's what he said. I posted his answer.
Coupier.
You guys can see that now. It's Coupier.
Coupier. Okay.
Coupier.
Anyway, I think you should get a new name, to be honest. I think Big K is good enough.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing. Yeah, I think you just need to go Coupier. There you go. I've got it. A confirmation from the man himself.
The series, it really felt to me like keep it simple, stupid was the way to go. A lot of kind of just mistakes that led to nets. I felt like there should have been a 4-0 for Fine in the West, except Laxon kept letting himself get dunked into net because, well, Big K kept dunking every time that he was trying to dribble it or do anything fancy in the own half. So could have been 4-0, but it was really good signs. We love Big K. We'll see him next year. But for now, we're going to go heading to the upper bracket. So let's go to a quick break.
2 series down here in our final OCE qualifier of the season. And we're into the upper bracket, boys. We're into the big boys, the big dogs here. And, well, we saw one team of our top 5 in fine in the West down in the lower bracket, but we've got our big 4 up top. Starting off, Yummy Cheese Man, with TSM taking on Power.
Yeah, a close matchup in terms of their points, and a really important one, as we talked about at the beginning of the show, to likely, or potentially at least, avoid wildcard, assuming wildcard are able to take down the Chiefs. And obviously, you want to be on the opposite side of them. You want wildcard to be making the grand final in the opposite side because they've already made it, and if they make it into the grand final, then one of your opposition in the top 5 are not making it.
I mean, the last thing you would also want to, I suppose, is to win and then have wild card lose and things get crazy. But under that assumption, this is a chance to put one of those rivals down in a position where if they lose in that quarterfinal matchup, they're potentially out of it entirely. You're going on one less team to worry about. But also as well, with TSM and Power being as close as they are, this is also kind of a great gauge to see, who really would be the expected team maybe to go to that major. Should we go to even, dare I say, a tiebreak situation at the end of tomorrow as well?
A little bit of a disappointing week last week from TSM as well. Again, they looked so good on that Saturday, and then Sunday rolled round and, they fell over again to wildcard. In the first week, they got to a game 7, couldn't quite get it into the grand final. But so overall, just a little bit of a disappointing season so far for TSM.
Well, it can all be turned around with one strong weekend. It's moving day here on Saturday in OCE. It's not where the major is clinched or the tournament is won, but it's certainly where you can put yourself in the best spot possible. I mentioned before, our first match will be this TSM versus Power matchup. We've got Mr. Adam. We know what the Adam Baguette has done previously with Screams World Formal. Mock on the other side as a coach. Which way are you thinking? Which way are you leaning in this one?
I'm actually leaning TSM's way on this one, to be quite honest. I'm just not used to situations where a player like Super Lucky winds up with his back against the wall and then he doesn't perform when he has to. And I'm kind of banking maybe a little bit on Lucky's form that we saw during the Ground Zero days to raise his head again. But I was just looking at the players on paper and who do I want in the clutch to come through and put my team through? Super Lucky is the name I draw to, so TSM, Super Lucky.
You say that, but CJ might have some trepidation after he covered Super Lucky on the Chiefs last split. Back against the wall for Super Lucky, wasn't able to do it then, so I don't know if that's necessarily the horse to back, but as I said earlier, I'm backing Power to have a good event and make the major.
Yeah, well, back against War Formal, I want Luna. I want the man who says, you know what, I'm retiring. Just kidding, I'm not retiring. And ladies and gents, this is it. This is a big one. Who's going to make it straight through to the top 4? Who's going to keep the season alive and really put themselves in the best spot possible for Championship Sunday? We're about to find out. A best of 7, boys. Take it away.
We head into the upper bracket, into the match that could not just get yourself a good position, but it could be what we reflect on as the match that secured a team the playoffs, the major. We'll see exactly how that falls later on, but that's going to be the pressure that's on the back of these two teams' minds.
Yeah, again, it's a strange one where, if you ask a player, I doubt they'll be like, oh yeah, wild card, we just want to avoid them. But at that same token, with how dominant they've been, as Caleb gets the first goal.
That's the good start. Gus had a great week last week, and he's continued on with the pass. A bit of a late challenge coming out from TSM there, as it looks like Kaka caught front post backwards. Something that CJ saw a lot when he was watching Shopify Rebellion last night.
Yeah, it was a rough season. It's been a rough season for Shopify Rebellion, and I have to say as well, if TSM winds up missing both majors, I would say it's been a rough season for them and the standards they've set for themselves as well.
I mean, the preseason looks to be going TSM's way, and you look at the names, you look at Amphis and Super Lucky in particular, you think those should be going to the major. On the opposite side, you look at Power and you're like, okay, well, they're going to be a team that are going to make some top fours. And they've stripped our expectations multiple times now. They're the only team outside of Wildcard to get a regional win. They got into the grand final again last week and put themselves in the driver's seat. Oh my goodness, Luna. After a good week last week, you can't be doing that.
And this is, look, I didn't want to come across as too toxic before, but Lunar is still, in my eyes, a coin flip player. And this season, yes, he has landed on heads, has been coming up on top more often than not.
Oh, so you're saying it's luck that he's been so good this season?
I'm saying there's always a chance that the other side of the coin might land. And, I mean, plays like that, that's the other side of the coin that Power can ill afford to have happen this weekend.
You said you don't want to be toxic, but I think we know where you lie there. Classic toxic formal. Luna makes one mistake and all of a sudden you're saying he's a wishy-washy coin flip and he just managed to win every coin flip so far. Mate, it's one goal.
I think he has been the most improved player on the year. By a considerable margin. He has been amazing this season.
I will agree with that.
We'll see if he can keep it going as well. A chance for Caleb, who gets denied on the box. Second touch, redemption for Lunar. Landed heads this time, 2-1 lead.
A good first touch from Luna. Gus getting in the way. Caleb involved as well. And this is something that Power showed off in the first event of the split. Even if they didn't get the results they wanted, they showed off their teamwork in that forward half. Their ability to make split-second communications and decisions as a team. And we see it once again early on in game one.
That was a fantastic move. Trying to see something through the corner right there. Amphis's touch down to Kaka. Gus there to get in the way. And look, although Lunar has been a focal point for this Power lineup, you cannot undervalue the impact that Gus has had, particularly last major as well. I mean, he was absolutely insane in getting that team to the finals. And if Power is to make another run, I think rather than Lunar, Gus is kind of the player I'm keeping my eyes on.
Yep, that is fair enough, except for the fact that Gus wasn't on this team last major, so I don't know what you're talking about, Formal. That was Latson. Okay. Well, Gus did have a fantastic regional last regional. He was a standout player, especially heading into that grand final and in the grand final, where they went to Game 7 against Wildcards. The other thing we talked about earlier, or more specifically Luna told me earlier, is that they still don't have the weight of expectations that they're going to make the major, that they have to make the major. And I think they believe, at least, that that's a little strength that they have in their pocket, that don't have quite as much pressure on them to go all the way. That being said, when you are at that qualifying point, maybe in a future match when it becomes single elimination tomorrow, I think words become nothing. The pressure goes there regardless.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I do imagine they will be feeling something, or at least Gus and Caleb might. Gus in particular, because we've seen pressure and nerves affect Gus in the past. I love that attitude, though, if they can maintain it, just because, again, to see a team of 3 players who get along, because let's be honest, Gus and Caleb, they've been duos for a very long time. They have that synergy, and I feel like Lunar is the type of player who gets along with pretty much everybody and always is a good fit personality-wise on any team. They could be that for-fun team that makes the deep run, the 3 friends, which is something that, has become a rarity more and more as a shot is on but not in.
Oof. What a save. And I'll say the attitude also a little bit surprising to me too, just because, oh my goodness, thought that was going to be a goal as well. It's just going to stay the 1 goal, and Power could have secured it right there. But yeah, I was going to say surprising because they've won a regional. They came second in the last one. Would have thought at this point in time they'd be backing themselves. They'd be expecting themselves to make the major. But I guess they still need a little bit further, maybe even make their first major before they'll truly back themselves in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from with that, and I'd like to think it's not a case they don't believe in themselves. It's just kind of more the carefree attitude. Either way, whichever it is, it works for them in game number 1. Power gets the win.
Get the first game despite, as we all called out, the mistake from Luna early on that led to that TSM goal. And you wanted to see a lot from Super Lucky. You said that Super Lucky, when his back's against the wall, when the pressure is on, that's when he performs. Is his back not against the wall yet?
I mean, I would feel it would be coming into this series. I mean, maybe it's because it's a non-elimination game. You could argue there's still a little bit of that gap, but unless he's a firm believer that the Chiefs can take down Wildcard, this is a must-win series for both these teams. And yeah, want to see a bit more from Super Lucky, want to see a bit more from Amphis as well, who has been, in my eyes at least, TSM's best performing player so far this split. Both of them a little bit quiet that first time around, whereas, yeah, Power, they look very good.
The thing with TSM for me is that they've got these powerhouse players in Super Lucky and Amphis in particular who have been OCE MVPs. Amphis multiple-time OCE seasonal MVPs, and I don't think across this season that we've seen that kind of level from either of them. That level that can dominate an entire region, a regional in particular, and so it always feels like a matter of time, but also I'm not quite expecting it as much anymore.
Maybe not, but you still get those flash moments of brilliance, and I feel we've been seeing a lot of that from Amphis that reminds us, okay, no, that player is still there. And on paper, too, Kaka is another one of those players who is just like a glue that can hold these, higher profile, big name players together. Like Kaka has been a fantastic sort of midfield role player, but like one of the best ones you can get. I don't mean that negatively. And I don't know. It's surprising to me, I think it is for everyone, that TSM hasn't had more success than they had with this lineup. No shot for Caleb.
Yeah, it feels to me like Kaka should be the one that kind of enables those two more than anything else. And he's had his good series across this season, but he hasn't had the sort of backing, I guess, of Amphis. But, you look at the other side, all three of these guys, Gus, Caleb, and Luna, have had their breakout series. They've had such good teamwork, and it just shows again the teamwork coming out between Luna and Gus. Gus, such good collection right there, and even spoon-feeding it out for Caleb.
Yeah, that was just perfect control through the corner. The speed at which Super Lucky was the defender who had the chance and couldn't make the read. Gus too fast, and a little bit of a kickoff strat as well to set Gus up with boost. Ground pinch attempt. Saw Kaka underneath, tried to bail out, still didn't get the touch they were looking for.
The other thing we see with Amphis is usually he's at his best when he's willing to kind of get in front of the ball, be a redirector, be a demo player in that front half, and he was doing that a lot in the last event. Maybe they lost the confidence in that because they still didn't get the results. Oh no! Why you hit it straight at your teammate in front of net? It was wide open, and they've saved their own goal.
Yeah, that's not the facilitating that we were hoping to see from Kaka, although I can't really blame the TSM defender in that situation where the ball could have gone literally anywhere else and have been on target. Awkward play.
That's unbelievable. We've seen some stuff in OCE, and it makes up for it. Super Lucky this time doesn't have Kaka sitting in the goal. And Kaka got the first 50, looks for the bump as well, and just enough from Super Lucky to get that past the defender.
I like that reset as well to help put it in, the extra bit of power. Well done. No harm, no foul with the misplay before. Tie ball game. Kickoff actually pretty dangerous for TSM right there. Gus now with boost. Can't get it around. Super Lucky. Kaka. Net's open, but no one can read the ball.
Yeah, I think Kaka was originally expecting a stronger touch. End up getting almost in front of the ball on his way up there. That one almost pinches onto the net, and if it was on target, it would have been a goal. A little bit of miscommunication on the defensive end from Power. We've seen how good they can be in their teamwork at the front. They had multiple three-man pass plays, really quick communication up there, but I think when they've got the ball close to their net, they start to panic a little bit.
Yeah, and you don't want to see panic be the reason why things fall apart, but considering the pressure, it's hard to maintain that discipline. Gus actually got a touch on Super Lucky. That gets Caleb to the ball, fakes the touch in the corner, collects it, but Kaka still reads it through. Low boosts on TSM. Super Lucky collects what they can, and it does look like TSM's actually able to stabilize himself momentarily, but still no one forward enough to challenge Gus as Power brings it back right back.
Big clear down. Caleb gets beaten now, but he will get the touch. Back to Gus. Teamwork this time from the defense for Power, as Caleb has got Gus to get the ball down to him once again. Caleb gets the goal, fed to him by Gus. It was set up a long time in advance as Gus took out 2 players and even beats the third.
That was another situation as well where Gus just outpaced Super Lucky in the corner. That was the second defender right there. Realistically, Gus kind of outpaced the entirety of TSM. And Gus, when Gus plays well, is, I think, a top 5 player in this region, if not a little bit higher right now. We're seeing, snippets of that so far for sure in this series.
Well, he was impressive last week, and he's continued on with that form. As I said last week, I've called him out multiple times in the past for, crumbling a little bit under pressure, and he's seemingly worked well and truly past that. A really important step for a team like Power to take if they want to make the major. And what a series he's having so far. He set up 3 of their goals. Done brilliantly, and he's even going to just try and get this out of defense. He doesn't want to put too much into it, just gets a clear and back straight out so he can gather boost. You can see how smartly Power are playing this defense, and it's making it difficult for TSM to get one on the board. In fact, it's going to go the other way. Luna scores 2-goal lead for Power.
2-goal lead, under a minute to go. I think that 2 goals is about to turn into 2 games. The demo, well timed. Lunar, as open as a net you can get. It almost makes you nervous because we're in OCE, but goal goes through. Power just looking very, very solid right now. I'm finding little faults in their game.
And Wildcard were the team, the one team that could take down Power in the last event. And if they win this one, they may just be able to avoid Wildcard until that grand final. And if they do, they would secure themselves the major. So they're thinking about that potential major here as they look to be 2 games up. And if you're thinking about Super Lucky being in there with his back against the wall, I think 2 games down in this situation would certainly be that one. It was almost a 4th goal there.
Yeah, I think it is a timeout angle for sure for Mock and TSM as a couple last touches go near the net. Gus will let it drop, so Power takes the second game. I'm just visualizing the bracket right now, Yummy, and I'm seeing the world. Okay, if Power hypothetically continues this form, they get the win here. I think what it would lead to potentially is a Chiefs versus Power semifinal win go to the major, which would be insane.
That's what we'd want to see. We've had a few, as you said, we've had a few majors not decided by one single series or even with a series where if one team wins, they make it, the other team have no sort of stake in the matter. But for now, we got a timeout for TSM. We actually see it, unlike earlier where we had no timeouts in a best of 7 in a game 7. We see an early timeout here, so they'll be thinking about what they need to change up. And I think again, I always just want to push Amphis up.
Yeah, I agree. I love it. Amphis, it was like 2 years ago and a little bit beyond where Amphis was always known for being on the opponent's backboard, right? Finding bumps, finding demos, disrupting, and then taking shots from there as well. Haven't seen that yet this series. I think that's the Amphis we need to see. I also think Super Lucky needs to continue to perform as well, but they also need to find some way to disrupt Gus from finding these gaps and finding these corner plays. The speed Gus has been playing at has been an absolute thorn in TSM's side. So there's a lot TSM has to account for right now, and sometimes I guess a 2-minute timeout really isn't enough time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cop-out as well, but obviously I feel like the only time that Power's shown significant weakness has been in their defensive half. That's when their communication does break down a little bit. And so the more you can battle for that midfield, maybe go for some pre-jumps just to keep them stuck in their own half, the better you're going to be. Because as soon as Power are getting into that TSM half, they're working really well as a unit. They're controlling the boost. They're getting good demos, but most notably, they've got this really good 3-man rotation that allows them to be really effective.
You know who I think stands a good chance to disrupt that midfield rotation and is actually Kaka, because that's something Kaka used to do quite a lot as well back on the Minions days. So it's kind of weird with TSM. It's like every time I look at these players, it's like I want to play them to play like how they used to, right? I want them to rise to that potential we've seen from them before. Obviously, you know, you need to adapt, you need to change a bit, but something's been lacking from the TSM side so far this series. Why not go back to the classics?
We'll see how that goes. Kaka as well, very much known for being quick out of defense, quick up into the air, interrupt an attacking play. Hasn't been able to do that against Power so far, so maybe that's a way that they can at least stop that three-man attacking play that Power have been so far very effective with, though. At the moment, it does look like TSM holding that midline pretty well. They can at least get another touch here, get that ball moving forward, but finally it grinds into Power's possession as the touch goes down. Brilliant pass, and Amphers just manages to get a touch away.
Woo, scary moment. Looked like Lunar had a real chance right there. Now we actually get to see TSM on the attacking half. Questions for how long. Gus unchallenged up above, and again, nothing in the midfield. Power allowed to go right back to the attacking side and just throwing everything at the ball. Power, they are fearless when playing on the blue side of the pitch.
A little touch forward from Power. Not much boost though. That's going to just hamper the attack, but it also has caused a little issue as Kaka finally beats the last defender. Diving across is Caleb. They keep it as 0-all, but that's a powerful position for Team Power. They're happy to keep this 0-all. They just don't want TSM to gain that confidence after the timeout. Big touch, no boost for Super Lucky. Amphis has to come in and just keep the ball away. Another shot, pass straight towards the net. Super Lucky diving across. Can he get back in time? Oh, they didn't expect that they would have the open net, and Kaka delivers it away.
Yeah, that was a little awkward for Power, but that's okay. They still were able to create that situation. It's not like TSM's been able to flip the map back. Kaka this time does find Amphis, and now maybe they'll find something. Another disruptive touch from Amphis should set up Super Lucky right here, but with a demo, and now Caleb, so much space to work with, flicks it up, gets the bump, Kaka bails him out.
He respawned just in time, and Caleb didn't quite get enough pace on his counter attack. Now Amphis, what can he do? He's going to just stay behind it, fake it out for Kaka. Kaka still staying up on the backboard, a 0 boost, has the passing opportunity for Amphis, but can't get it to him. And Super Lucky again, the boost being drained away from TSM. It's what Power have been so good at so far. Ball's being stuck in that TSM half once again as Gus, maybe the flip reset. No, Super Lucky this time is enough.
Yeah, now Lunar. Oh, Caleb, backflips, not expecting the whiff. And unfortunately can't recover in time. That is twice now, Yummy, where the net is open for an unexpected Power.
They really have maybe given too much respect to TSM. Caleb can't get the power off the double tap. He had the flip reset, can't use it well enough. Little pop up and just keeps the 50 in. There's favor at least for Power offense to continue. Potential shot. Another miss from TSM. They're not doing themselves any favors whatsoever. And it just means that they're constantly caught flat-footed in defense.
Yet they've still been able to hold on, though, and that has to be a little bit grating for Power. We've seen multiple opportunities now for Power to kind of put this game away with how few attacking chances TSM has had. It feels like a one-goal game, a minute 10 to go. One shot so far on target from the TSM side. It has been all Power.
They've kept them in their own half, and that's rare, especially for any team that has Kaka on it, but that's just been how good Power have been throughout this split at keeping that ball pinned in. Another shot goes forward, and if that just went the right angle, it would have been a goal as well. So many opportunities here for Power as they continually steal the boost away. Caleb goes up. This time Super Lucky wins a massive, crucial race. And even though it's going to go back into their defense, there was a little bit of time spent to get some more boost.
Yeah, they were able to recover. They weren't able to turn it into an attack, but now maybe they can. Amphis misses the bump, does collect the boost. Lunar tries to go around, but Super Lucky is there. There's no one to dish it down to. It looked like TSM had to rotate back. Amphis made a premature cut, doing what they can, but again, is Power winning these 50s in the middle of the field. 10 seconds to go. Lunar, desperate attempt at a dunk, not going to find it. Ball gets behind Power. there's a chance for TSM here. 3 seconds remaining. Gus pushes it to safety.
No, they are going to stay on one shot, and a lot of it has been because the first man for Power is willing to take a risky chance of a 50, while TSM have kind of been a little bit in their shell throughout the series. And that maybe leans back to what Luna said, that the pressure is on them. They've got the expectations that they are going to make the major, and they're just playing a little too conservatively.
As we do see Lunar now with a chance to end. Amphis is able to find the touch, and now Kaka back the other way. That's going through. TSM taking it overtime.
Control the entire game, only let one shot go forward, and then you commit too hard. And I don't blame Power, considering they had those 2 opportunities where they were left kind of missing an open net. But that's all you need if you're TSM. This one game on the board could be the turnaround. They're proof that they can defend for 5 minutes and then capitalize on the frustration of Power. Maybe that's their game plan. It would be a new one for TSM.
It doesn't feel very TSM, but that entire game didn't feel very TSM. And even though, yes, they got the win, it's not really a win that inspires me with confidence. I mean, I can't speak on your behalf, but maybe it can turn something around for them. But it felt like Power should have won that game. It feels like the series probably should be 3-0. And if Power continues what they're doing and just controlling the midfield, controlling the boosts, and actually capitalizing on those opportunities, they should take the momentum right back.
We did talk about it. There were the 2 kind of open nets where, especially the first one, somebody from Power should have been there. They kind of respected TSM in an odd way and, cost themselves that potential chance of a goal. But on the same note, the fact that they missed those, I felt like, is also what led to TSM getting that goal. So we might actually even see just a change up from Power. We might see them sort of panic a little bit in terms of their game plan because they just weren't able to score and then gave the goal up at the end. They might be worried.
Yeah, I don't. If you're a Power fan, I don't know if you want to see too much change.
You shouldn't.
Eyes should be on Gus though for this one because again, Gus is the one who's gotten nervy in the past. They're the one who, has been amazing at one point in the series and maybe we'll have a quieter 2 games when the pressure starts to build. I think we'll get a gauge of where Power is at by kind of watching how Gus approaches this one. And if Gus is still playing confident, you have all the reasons to believe Power will be fine. Ooh. And that touch right there has to be thinking, yeah, Power's still probably in control of this series.
Well, Gus wasn't able to sort of create the goal scoring opportunities he was before. That might be their way back into it. And that's an opening. They've gifted it again. As I said, maybe a little bit of worry coming out of Power. Amphis giving it up. Tempted back pass. No communication at the defensive end from Power, and TSM will capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Power had full confidence they were going to win that 50 in the middle of the field, and we're kind of already committing all 3 to the play. Really well done by TSM to find and take advantage. Now another opportunity. Amphis fakes it off the post. Kaka not there. I thought that was a great setup for the 3rd man, but they were just missing the 3rd piece.
I think that it's sort of understandable. It looked like it was going to be a double tap, and that's why you don't push up on that one, and it probably was a missed opportunity there. But they still have the 1 goal lead, and they have not really been in this position so far this series, so it's a good one to be in. Confidence-wise, could keep them in good stead. Amphis just keeping that into the corner. Once again, this is that pressure style. Power want to set up. They want to steal your boost. They want to keep you pinned in your half. They have to be able to turn this around quickly if they want to make that work.
I mean, they're trying to at the moment, as they do actually let this one ride. No sense of urgency for Caleb getting to that play.
What?
Well, maybe they should show a bit more urgency because now TSM are acting more and more like the aggressors.
I think we saw a little bit of a server flip reset, we'll call it, from Caleb there. And caused a bit of confusion for everyone. Kaka doesn't quite get it past Luna, but this is a scoring opportunity for TSM. A bump on Super Locky prevented him from potentially being a follow-up on that goal. But look at the pressure now coming out from TSM. They are finally chasing those bumps they're known for.
Yeah, that they are, even if it happens to be their own team. You called out Super Lucky getting bumped out, and that bump out was from his teammate. But still, Musty from Lucky is going to throw it out to the other side. We'll see as Lunar connects to Caleb. Backboard not open. Kaka shuts it down. Lucky wants to push forward. Gus should and is there, but Lucky takes it away. And yeah, this a lot more back and forth, and yeah, we're not seeing Power dominate the middle of the field as we saw before the pass. Too good.
And Super Lucky getting so much more involved. He was involved even before Kaka touched this one, having a lot more effect in the midfield, and then staying to receive the pass as the team play comes out from all three members of TSM.
And that's great to see the team connecting. Something we haven't seen at the start. But speaking of connections, Lunar to Caleb.
I like this. Gus, interesting kickoff strategy coming out from TSM. Caleb, what a read. They're so close together. He basically pre-jumped to that position so he could beat the defender, and the pass was on the nose.
And Power right back in this game, which still in a lot of ways feels must-win for TSM. Caleb mugged off the ball. Super Lucky. Oh, just puts it on a tee. Yet Gus can't put it in. Great save from Amphis.
Oh, he just had to dive and hope for the best, and it came off the post. Amphis again diving and managing to keep them in that one-goal lead.
Oh!
Lunar out of nowhere. RKO. Where's he even come from? Off the wall and manages to beat out the defense.
Crazy shot from Lunar right there, but why not? You're already on the backboard after the last challenge. Ball's in place. It's a low percentage shot. Makes it work. Power, after going down 2-0, respond incredibly quickly. High game. Must win still for TSM again for them to have a realistic chance in this series. They don't have the timeout buff anymore. Power, another goal, it could be the goal that realistically gets them through.
That realistically could have been a goal for Amphis, but maybe a little misread considering he had no boost. He had to try and make that early read. Amphis may be able to make up for it now. Just tries to pinch it along the ground. A lot of demos coming out from TSM have made it very awkward, especially since Power have been wanting to play this sort of pass-oriented gameplay in the midfield. All of a sudden, their passing options have been dying right in front of them. That's a good pass from Super Lucky. Kaka is there, not able to catch up to it. Just too much power from Super Lucky.
Yeah, a little bit too much, but the power came from really what was a strong pass out of Power initially. So, kind of not much more you could have done in that situation right now, though. Power putting one close to net. Lucky will collect. Minute to go. Going up the field, Amphis collects but gets demoed. Kaka smartly stays back. Was needed, but yeah, doesn't really get a lot of space with that first touch. We're playing a little bit of back and forth Rocket League right now.
And that was once again a situation where the panic comes out from Power in the defense, because Gus cut off Luna, who had a very free touch, a very free play and full boost. Whenever it is sort of going towards their side, they tend to rush themselves a little bit more. That's a huge touch, and Amphis still manages to read it. And to show why he's been so good all this time. He hasn't let one slip in the defense so far. Now Kaka beats one. It's just Gus. He's got to slow him down, although it's speared up by his own teammate. But fortunately, Gus can collect it.
Reset for Gus, maybe. Enough to get it to the backboard. 13 seconds left in regulation. One more shot realistically. Who's going to take it? It looks good for Power with Lunar forward. Has to try to get back on the ball. Got bumped off the play. A gap was found. Ball should hit the ground, but it's kept alive by Gus. TSM says thank you. They try to set up midfield. Lunar brings it back to the other side. Is anyone underneath for the shot? No, but Amphis still keeps it alive as well.
Well, I don't know about that, but it almost worked out for them. We've seen TSM going for the demos this game, and I feel like it is having a mental effect on Power. They've been dunking each other a few times. There's the bump play coming out, but Gus avoids it. Now Gus with Caleb in support, the pre-jump, but ball too low to turn it into a good shot.
Yeah, Amphis there with boost. It would be very tough to get it past them, but realistically, you should be prepared for the next touch. Instead, TSM on the other side. Amphis fakes the redirect. Here comes Kaka underneath. No, Caleb gets a wheel on it.
Manages to recover just in time. Once again, Caleb on the ball, gets the first touch. It's pancaked into that back left corner, but look at all the members of TSM. They were trapped in that, and they managed to break out of that little jail of that back right corner. They had been pushed into. Kako gets the first flip reset. He had the second as well. Super Locky now has a chance of his own. Doesn't have the boost to do too much, but the defenders don't quite know that, as Gus finally manages to make it clear. It's not on target. It could have been a goal if he did.
Yeah, that was close though, but now it comes back the other way with Amphis. Tries to get power with the Musty and does. Lunar back for the save, but now Locky has a chance to get it to Kaka or Amphis, both with boost. Kaka goes forward, Amphis pulls back. The ball should wind up in Amphis' possession, but a dunk from Caleb will cross things up. Locky beats one. Ground pinch, not quite, but still dribbles it past another. TSM back on the attack. Amphis setting up Kaka. No, Gus well places the car, and we still don't have the shot.
It's looking like a bare-knuckle fist fight at the moment. Both of them are bloodied up, as it really feels like a lot of these moments are quite dicey, like a goal's about to come, and they're just managing to hold on for now. Super Locky again keeps it in, and Caleb can't do too much with that ball. It's still a danger zone as TSM are on the march forward. Great extra touch, but Gus plays it patiently.
And again, what is at stake? The potential to avoid wild card. Your best chance of getting to the finals for Power. Your best chance of going to a major and fighting for Worlds means getting past TSM. A goal would do them wonders. Put them one game away from a guaranteed top 4 finish. And yet, that goal has been eluding them as Caleb puts it high.
They sent everything at that one player. They need to be careful on the comeback. Double commit coming out. This is TSM's best chance of the overtime. It's still in that corner. Luna, he's stuck backwards. That one's on, but Luna manages to just twist his car in the way.
And that is a case of Lunar beating out Locky, but now it's Amphis.
Oh, not a touch!
Spot. Kaka, what touch was that?
Luna was still hovering up. He wanted to hit it underneath Luna, and he just touched it way too softly. It was the right idea, wrong execution, but there it is! They've won the race, an overcommit from Power, and TSM tie up the series.
What happens here? It's just Amphis fighting the gap. Everything behind that touch gets it through. TSM equalizing things after a crazy overtime. We're now tied 2-2. Has to be a Power timeout.
Really felt like a overtime where a mistake would decide it. I thought the mistake was going to come out in the defensive end from Power in particular, but it actually came at the other end where Power overcommitted. And Amphis, what a game from him. Not on the offensive end where we normally think of Amphis, on the defense. He managed to hold out in so many of those situations, and even from the defense gets the final goal.
Yeah, I mean, especially at the start of the game, as far back as it seems, Gus with so many opportunities, putting shots on, and Amphis out of nowhere making those saves. Just the thorn in Gus's side, and fantastic stuff. And even going back to the game before now, that's 2 games in a row where I feel like TSM has won it with their defense, not with their attack. And that's got to be playing, I think, onto the mind of Power, who is already struggling on that defensive end as well. If they're unable to find advantages on at least one half of the pitch, then you're in a lot of trouble. So timeout, well called, well deserved for Power. TSM, definitely the team with the momentum, but I mean, both these games, it feels as knife's edge as it can get.
Yeah, again, TSM have done well to really disrupt Team Power. I think luckily in game 3, luckily for them, they disrupted them by just kind of preventing them from coming in and scoring almost open nets, and I think that got into their head. But this game, being much more thoughtful about that and actually getting the demos and making it really weird. Their passing plays for Power no longer as reliable in attack, and we've always known their defense is just a little bit dicey with the double commits, with their panic, and TSM have done very well. That being said, as you said, both these games have been overtimes. They both could have gone either way, and I think for TSM, if they want to win out the rest of the series, they still have to go to that next level.
Yeah, again, we're seeing moments of it maybe from TSM, but we haven't really seen, that big mechanical super Locky player, that disruptive Amphis off the backboard on the attacking side. That's still been lacking. However, they have been making it work, and that's a kickoff I haven't seen before.
We've seen a few interesting ones coming out, particularly from TSM. I do like to see at least attempts. Stunner hasn't really gone against them, and we go to the midfield. Game 5, a crucial one. Winner will get on to match point. And TSM are the ones who are up against at least a timeout of Power. Another shot there. Start off the proceedings for Power, but the defense has been so good for TSM.
Yeah, it has been throughout this past couple games at least. It's been TSM's strong suit, although Gus really gets the dunk there. Not quite. Super Lucky now has Amphis forward, and that's the connection I was talking about. Lucky underneath won't get the chance.
You just had to wait a little bit to see if Caleb would not get connection, and that was enough time built for the defense to get back and touch it away. So you can see sometimes you don't have to actually touch the ball to have an effect on it. That's a monster clear coming out from Gus, and it's just on target. I thought Super Lucky was back. What? Gus has just gone for the EU clear of the century.
Yeah, this should not work in theory, Yummy, and yet no one home.
I thought Super Lucky was back there. I was convinced.
Where?
He was hanging out at mid booster as far as I could see in the replay. And that left that wide open. That being said, it was a very quickly executed EU clear, and what a dunk now from Luna. The double 50 as Gus kind of creates this situation from the very beginning.
Yeah, air dribble bump to set up Lunar for the shot, who gets a beautiful dunk. 2 defenders beat. That's all you need for the second goal. 2-0 lead. Back-to-back scores. Power. Timeout buff and then some. It's like the overtime losses haven't affected them at all right now.
Well, it's been a massive turnaround for them. They haven't been able to score this really in the entire series. Now they've managed to get 2 pretty early on. Kaka steals the boost away. It was his main goal as he pushed forward. Caleb just takes his time. Pass across to Luna. Amphis wily to their passing ways, and maybe now it's time for them to switch it up.
Water falls down. Lunar won't get the touch. Instead, it's going to be Caleb. But back up to the other side. Amphis 50 sets up Locky, who has some boost. Not a lot. Reset for the last touch. Pretty simple read for Caleb.
Yeah, he would have liked a little bit more to catch up to that ball. Get the reset higher. As it was a low reset. Pretty easy for the defender to react to. Now we see the battle for the midfield once again. Super Lucky is going to win that battle. Amphis as well keeps it pinned in there though. That back corner has been a pretty safe spot for Power. Good 50 win from Luna with a follow-up from Gus. Now Luna has a chance of an angle, and Kaka and Super Lucky both saw it coming.
Yeah, that was a scary moment, but TSM's defense are ready for it. Now Caleb off the roof, just down and nearly in. Kaka diving save right there. Power, every touch towards the goal this game has just been threatening.
Getting some good team synergy in defense though from TSM. Kaka right there covering the net despite the option that was available. I think if you saw Power in the same scenario, they would have double committed. We've even seen the follow-ups from them though. Here's Gus, stolen the boost, has an open net, shoots it on target, and that is 3 on the board with no reply from TSM.
Yeah, I mean, no one tracking Gus, able to cheat forward. Just hoping for that beat, and they knew it would be opened up right there. Really smart play, confident play, Power, 3 goals up, and TSM not out of it yet, but it's definitely looking like a Game 6 and possibly Game 7 angle right now because, I mean, Power, they're looking near immaculate here in Game 5.
I think this is also just the best situation for Power to be in because now they've put TSM so much in the back foot. You're seeing TSM kind of having to challenge everything and just throw a different play style in order to try and get these 3 goals back. And without a timeout, as they go to a Game 6, there's every chance that TSM kind of come out with a little bit scramble continuing on from this game.
Yeah, we will see how it plays out. Ooh, nice little bump right there. Gives Lunar space. Now has to get out of Gus's way, who had the boost. Nearly finds Caleb. Amphis will take it away, but we've got a minute now without a goal, and TSM, I think, needed at least one in the past 60 seconds or so. Power finally getting themselves, looks like, to that match point. And again, considering the stakes of this series, considering what should maybe giving the team the easiest path to that major come Sunday, you've got to be liking Power's chances after Game 5.
I just think TSM, they're going to be a little in their heads. Caleb probably would have scored that any other day of the week, but I guess not in a 3-0 lead with 30 seconds remaining. Just didn't quite catch up to that double. And yeah, this is solid position for Power to be in. Again, no timeout available left for TSM. And the timeout buff continues to be OP in OCE.
All right, you were asking earlier in the series, Yummy, when is the back truly against the wall? I think now it is. I think enough odds have been stacked against TSM where if Super Lucky and Amphis and Kaka, if they're going to have that return to form, if we're going to see that breakout performance, it's going to happen, and that's a good way to start setting it up.
That's the Super Lucky we're used to seeing. A little skimmy dim from him. Especially given it's 0 seconds, so it had to be on the full. And that could be what we see in a Game 6 to turn around the fortunes here for TSM. But for now, Power have sort of stepped it up a little, put their foot on the gas, and well, I guess they just didn't panic as much in this game as they did in the last either.
No, I think the timeout buff really did its job, and Adam Baguette, soothing words of wisdom coming from the Frenchman, keeping them composed, and we'll see if that composure can last if TSM comes out swinging in this next game. If TSM is able to get some early advantages and turn things around, this is a critical Game 6 for a lot of reasons, obviously, but that last goal from Super Lucky actually is kind of still giving me hope that TSM can find something and at least make the start of the game chaotic. We'll see what it looks like, though, when we get into it.
So, Formal, you had some very toxic words for Luna at the beginning of this series. How are you sort of feeling right now about Luna's performance for Power?
Outside of that one mistake, it's been consistent. I'll give him that. The consistency has been... I think it's been much more of a Gus and Caleb show, but Lunar has had more pop-off oh wow moments than oh no moments, and that is critical for Power's successes. So... yeah, he's been playing incredibly well.
I'd agree. I've been really impressed by Gus and Caleb. We've talked a lot about how they've teamed together a lot in the past and have reunited on this team and been expecting the synergy to come from these two, and it's felt like that's really come out in this series. So maybe that will have to be the vector of attack for TSM if they want to be shutting down, if they want to be going for demos. We'll see how they go. Beginning of the game, it's already looking like Power might be setting up for some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of been their bread and butter in this series. Pressure off the kickoff and just holding it for as long as necessary to find the goal. Lunar even taking their time now off the roof. Second touch through the corner. Tries to find Caleb, but Lucky cuts it off.
Really good from Super Lucky. He's just shown his steadfastness there. If he didn't get that touch, almost certainly would have been a goal after the bump. There's a big win from Caleb. Gus should collect. Gets the extra touch as it's now beaten past two. And yet Kaka this time, whenever it seems like TSM are in dire sorts, somebody comes to save the day.
Yeah, and that's what they need right now, is Lucky has to burn a lot of boost just to keep the ball on the orange side of the field. It's matched by Gus, and Kaka gets a free play all of a sudden. Lunar should come up to challenge, gets bumped off the play. Lucky's underneath, no power on it, and they cannot get around for the final strike. Good defense from Power.
Oh, and such a crucial demo from Lunar. He used his extra flip to get it. Oh my goodness, Gus around the side. Kaka now with a shot, too soft, and that's going to set it up for Lunar. Maybe a long play out. No, he's going to stay behind it. Was hoping for a bump from Caleb, and turns around as Kaka keeps that forward. Now a bit of time on the ball for Caleb. What can he do with it out of the defense? He's got Luna on the right-hand side, but Luna was getting chased, and that's why he went by himself.
Gus, actually, did get it to Lunar, who got it to Caleb, and it was a nice 1-2-3 pass, but only got them halfway up the field, so TSM will take it right back. Good 50 for Gus. Actually gets Lockie a little bit off balance. Somehow underneath the attacker, Lockie kept the defense alive. Amphis clearing it back the other way. Both teams playing so fast, so aggressively, and what I'm impressed with is the moment the offense starts to kind of look like it's going awry, rotating straight back to defense. Gus can't get to the net.
Almost got the bump on the last. That's what he was looking for. And that setup play, so we saw earlier. He's showing signs of that again. Gus making the save this time. A bump. And lets Gus get into a 1v1, but he wants to slow it down. Has the team. Has the flip reset. No, he didn't get it.
Didn't get the reset, and with 3 defenders there, would have absolutely needed it. Now instead, it's power defense. Lockie bumping, finding the ball. Now gets bumped off it. Kaka commit as well. Amphis is the 3rd member right now and kind of in an awkward spot. Kaka able to get back in time, but the ball still makes its way to the TSM backboard where Lockie is going to try to solo it past midfield, finds the bump, finds Amphis. So back and forth these two teams, Yummy. Each one, it feels like getting closer and closer to the net.
Yeah, each moment just seems like if anybody was a little bit later, then it would be in trouble. But I feel like for TSM, Super Lockie has been so crucial. He's not putting a foot wrong. He's arriving at the correct time in situations where if he's not making a touch, it is going to be a goal. But it doesn't matter. Luna's dunked them all.
And of course it would be Lunar right here. The reset straight through the middle. Amphis not ready to be the one challenging on the line. Lunar gets it done. Power now with just over 100 seconds. Another unique kickoff. This one again doesn't work.
And just as I talked about the touches from Super Lockie, that was when he kind of just ended up touching it away. Maybe a little bit of panic here as the back, as you said, against the wall. Super Lockie could have gone one. It's a huge save from who is it? Luna. As well, it looks like today he's won that coin flip, Formal.
Yeah, he could be winning a lot more than that at this rate. Lunar stepping up in game 6. Now it's Gus's turn. Reset. Down. Ball. Awkward. Amphis does play keep away. Is going to try to get it over Caleb and doesn't actually. It's Lockie underneath trying to muscle it through. Trying to 50 everybody on the power side till Gus banks it down. 1 minute left.
TSM are feeling the pressure. They're really trying to push forward. All 3 are going a little too gung-ho right now despite there still being a minute remaining. But that is the pressure of knowing that this could be the end of their series and maybe even the end of their run if they enter the same side as wildcard later on tomorrow. And 40 seconds, any clear from power is going to make that even more difficult.
We'll see what they can find. Kaka off the roof gets a nice pinch on Gus to Super Lockie, but it's Lunar again on defense. Diving save, denying TSM. Half a minute to go.
Oh, going right in front of net. Gus secures it. Caleb sets it up, and it was all off Luna's defense as well. Power have stepped up as a 3-man unit, and Luna crushing it in this game 6.
There were memories at the back of my mind of last time we saw this lineup go to a final during the first split and then just finish 5th, 6th and just not have that same fire the next day. That has been quelled. Power is looking more legit between these past 2 regionals than they've had all year, and what a time to find themselves. 8 seconds left. TSM does not have it, Yummy. Power is going to go through straight to the semifinals.
Through to the semifinal. They're hoping that Wildcard do win at the other side. They want to be against Wildcard in the grand final. Power have shown that it's not a fluke. They make it into the top 4 again.
Well done to the Power side. That is, I think, a very definitive win, Yummy, in terms of where we kind of rank these teams and their expectations. But looking over now, CJ back with us, looking at this Power team, man. You were with me with the Chiefs. I'm starting to get nervous.
Yeah, I was with you with the Chiefs, but that series, I was with Luna. I mean, you were talking about Super Lockie being that guy to step up, and I think he had a pretty fantastic series until the game that mattered, and that's when my boy Looney, I mean,
whoa, he's my boy, mate.
I'm taking my boy Luna.
He's been my boy all season long. You can't just take my boy away from me.
I love seeing my boy Luna step up and Team Power. Look, it was a back and forth series. It was about moments, though, and he just needed to break the deadlock there in that game 6. Huge performance from my boy Yummy.
Can we all, as well, sign a petition against Luna Hate from Formal? Can you believe the slander he was saying in Game 1, that he is just lucked out at being good enough across the entire season, that he's a coin flip every series, and he's just managed to
words being
roll
put in my
a
mouth
heads
right now.
every single series. That's what you said! Roll the clip! Somebody get a clip!
Yeah, I said there's been the two sides of Lunar, all right? And you know what else I said?
There's only one side of Luna. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, right now, that side is a semifinalist, potentially OCE, representative for the major. But I don't want to take credit away from Gus and Caleb either as well. I think the two of them also played phenomenally. Gus had some moments, brought it back. Lunar had some moments at the start, brought it back. The resiliency from Team Power, I left super impressed with, and I think that's why this team is so scary.
All this
and
apology
to give
is
Lunar
missing
more
right
credit,
now, Formal, is a ukulele. We just want to hear the words.
No, hold on.
Just any kind of nice word for Luna, please.
All right, nice words for Lunar. That carefree attitude, I think, is a big reason why they're able to bounce back, and a big reason why they won.
He says that through gritted teeth.
Oh my gosh.
It pains him so much. It pains him so much.
It's not my fault the Lunar jersey that I bought 3 years ago never arrived, okay? That's all I'm going to say. That's not my fault.
He just cannot give out compliments to our boy Luna, Yummy. Look, Monty's just thrown a raid to the channel, which means it is the end of TSM's day. Fortunately enough, it's not the end of TSM's weekend. They'll still be through to Championship Sunday, albeit one series behind. Power move on to the top 4. They've secured that. We've got one final series coming up after this break. It's the big one, Wildcard taking on Chiefs. Don't go anywhere.
We are back with one more game, and after the dramatic win for Power over the likes of TSM, they've now got their best shot to make it to the major. If things go as predicted, Yummy, if Wildcard gets the job done against the Chiefs, because if this next series goes the other way, then we get pure chaos, I think, for the region.
Yeah, it is hard to beat a wild card who have no pressure, who have already made the major. They're not the sort of team to go, okay, we've already made it, let's just have a relaxing weekend. They still want to win everything. So that's going to be the tough part, but, you know, they've shown in the past that they can at least get close, and they just need to go one little step further, CJ.
Yeah, and even for Team Power winning that series, it's great for them now. They're in the top 4, but if Chiefs upset Wildcard here, they're probably not too happy. You don't want to be on the same side as Wildcard on Championship Sunday. We speak about it time and time again for them. Well, they seem like a different team on Champ Sunday. Fortunately enough for Chiefs, this is Saturday.
And I hate to talk about the last series, but I have got some urgent news letter from Luna that apparently in that series his hands were really cold, and that's why he didn't play his best. And I guess that also explains why he played the best in the last game, right?
Interesting. I mean, yep, all right. I'm going to concede right now. Lunar is the best player in OCE, Yummy.
Thank you.
Number 1 on the power rankings, first draft pick. Sign him up. There it is.
That's all we want to hear from you.
Yeah,
as long as his hands are warm, though. So
we just want a little bit of honesty from you instead of just blatant bias and just a predisposition about it. You just think he's a bad player or something. But anyway, this series is going to be an absolute barnstormer because it is Saturday and it's not Wildcard on a Championship Sunday. I think the Chiefs can upset them, but I'm not brave enough to predict. I don't know. Is anyone brave enough to go against Wildcard?
I'm not, personally, but... You know, Chiefs did manage to do it, as I said. That kind of switches the script. It puts Chiefs in the driver's seat in terms of making the major, because they just throw Wildcard into the opposition side on the Sunday.
I mean, they would make TSM very happy for sure in that situation. And then you kind of get this weird world where Power has to beat Wildcard to get through, which would be, I think, ideal for them. So the Chiefs are definitely coming in with something to play for. If not, very likely we could be seeing, you know, that Power versus Chiefs matchup.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's going to be probably a good time for Chiefs to play Wildcard Yama. They get a free crack at them. If they win this, they're probably in the box seat for the major, as you said. If they lose this, well, they'll be on the other side of the bracket. So a really strong opportunity. Let's see if Chiefs can get the job done. But Wildcard, I'm expecting a strong performance right here.
I think, you know, I was looking at Raziers in the last event, and he was the player for the healthy Chiefs. Maybe you've seen some more from the likes of Fiber in the past, but we already see from Wildcard, Tree Jump coming out. They're showing their confidence early.
Yeah, and I've got to call out Fiber and Hunter, actually, now I think about it, Yummy. I'm seeing all these montages, these clips they're posting on their social media of them hitting all these clips. I'm not seeing it in the RLCS. I'm not seeing it against Wildcard in these sort of events.
Against you or something?
It might be against me in ranked. It must be in scrims, but I want to see it on game day. I want to see Fiber hit doubles like this. That time Torsos made the save, but it's an opportunity for them.
Tough one for Banana Head there. He had to get really deep in the net to get that forward. Which actually led to a low boost scenario for the likes of Wildcard, who are known to do that to everybody else. But looks like they will be able to get out of defense for now. It's interesting to see how good Wildcard are when they do not have the pressure on them. Maybe we get to see the kind of peak Wildcard that are meant to be good enough to take down the rest of the world. You know, the teams at the major, the teams in scrims ahead of them that we always hear about the good results, and that's not going to be it for them. Raziers gets the first goal, and it's the way of healthy Chiefs.
The Green Machine with the first goal. That's a lovely start. Fortunate bounce just to kind of make sure Razier's shot was perhaps easier than it may have been if it went across the net, but I like the demo. I like the aggression early from the Chiefs.
It's what you can kind of expect when you are up against Wildcards. They haven't been known to particularly want to sit in defense, and if you can take out one player, it's usually all you need to open up the net. I like that one-man defense, but Usually that also coincides with the big counter-attack that does come from Wildcard. So keeping them pinned in here is a huge moment for the Chiefs. They could get this second goal. Fever denies that opportunity. Still going to be in a little bit of trouble in that back half, though.
Torsos just looking to keep it close in the corner. Fever is in an awkward spot front post. Hunter, can he find the shot? It's dunked off Torsos's bonnet. Here's the follow-up double touch coming on. Oh, that's hot from Fives. That's what we like to see. That is a beautiful double, Yummy.
I don't think it's quite making his montage, but that's as good as you could ever ask for in RLCS. Top bins, double tap. He took the ball to the right-hand side and still managed to get around it.
Just really clean. It was no nonsense, that shot, but that kickoff was anything but. That was disgusting from Chiefs. Wildcard have come up with some fake kickoff magic, and that's a freebie.
Yep, we've seen it from TSM. They're going for the not quite no kickoff, but the sort of sit in front or behind the ball kickoff. That one is the delayed kickoff with the first person faking. And well, it caught them off guard. Usually surprised to see that against a team like the Chiefs just because they were screened against each other so much.
Oh, Fibers found another one in behind the last keeper. Third goal on the board in... I haven't even played half a game yet. Beautiful pass from Razier setting it up to Hunter. They had to throw three or at least two members of the defense at that pass. And Fiber can clean up.
I really enjoyed Razier's of late. He stopped own goaling and falling off the post like we saw when he first entered OCE 2. Which is just an unfair advantage, really, for the likes of Razier's, but he's been the cornerstone for them. Fiber looking like he's having a good day too, so this could be the day for Healthy Chiefs. Whether they could turn it into a weekend as well is another question that they'll have to answer tomorrow.
Torsos with the catch for the reset. Hunts up. Not worried about that in the slightest. Razier's underneath. He's almost found the shot on Fever. Able to work it out. He's pinched it back across his own net. I think he wanted that a little bit more down the line there. You know what I mean? He's almost set the other team up.
He's well known for that pinch, and I think his opponents were certainly expecting a lot better as well, which is why it didn't end up as a complete disaster. But it is still a little disastrous because they need a goal. They need 2 goals, in fact. And they're still stuck in their own half. Here's the chance for Fever to go again. He gets dunked out by Hunter. They can't even break out of defense right now.
Yeah, really strong so far, 90 seconds. They need to finish this game as well. If they've started it, that's a big whiff. Coming through. Torsos just didn't get anything on that. Hunter, over kill time now. You'd expect them to go for some slower solo plays just to eat up every second on the clock. Minute 15. That one's awkward to read for Fever. Still does well, saves his second flip. Chiefs keeping the pressure on. They want a fourth. They want to really make a statement here in this first game. That's a bad 50. Torsos is going to be awkward. Makes the read. Banana heads whiffed. It's open for them there. Oh no, Torsos able to find a touch, but still a lot of defense being played by Wildcard.
50s and challenges has been sort of a crucial component today in terms of getting victories. It's a good one coming out from Banana Head, but with 45 seconds left, they can just play it patient, Healthy Chiefs, and even take that ball away as Razier's looks to get it past the last, and still not willing to just sit on their 2-goal lead despite 30 seconds remaining.
He gets one. That's a beautiful bump by Hunter. Just make sure Fever can't get a hand on that ball. Just over 20 seconds left. This has been a really strong performance, game one. We mentioned about the importance of perhaps being able to take down Wildcard here and avoid them on Championship Sunday until the grand final. This is the best case scenario here in game one. A strong performance. Perhaps one late here for Wildcard for some momentum, but Healthy Chiefs, I mean, they are warmed up and they're firing.
Great start from the Healthy Chiefs. And they really just capitalized from pretty much the get-go. Well, this is exactly what they want. But we do look back to, what was it, event 1, where they got a really good start and then got reverse swept. So they got to stay on their toes throughout the series.
Looks like Hunter's going to be adjusting the car. Not feeling too crash hot after that one, but you can see you didn't need to be because 466 points, 2 goals from Fiber. Razier's, you mentioned his performance elevating I guess as the longer he stays in OCE, the more time he spends with this team. He's looking more like the European that we know and love, and has been performing strongly. On the other side of things, you can see Banana Head there, just with a really quiet game from him. 118 points on the board.
Yeah, a little surprising too, especially how confident he came out of the gates. He was the first one to pre-jump, and maybe could have created the first goal right then and there. But we certainly expect a lot more from Banana Head. Just a little context too, he is also the kind of player to change cars between every game. So he is currently changing cars as we head to game number 2.
It's a good, I think it's a healthy enough placebo to just change presets and whatnot. If you don't have a good game, just to kind of shake things off. If you've got nothing to fall back on, Yummy, apart from your own. If you've just had a bad game and you can't blame anything, then you might just be mentally in the bin. So Banana Head, that's a way of him to just keep fresh and think it's all good. It's the preset, it's not me. Yeah. Let's see if it works out for him.
Certainly backs himself, and he is a more cerebral player than he lets on with his sort of gung-ho style. He likes to really head off for the ball, but he is a thinking player. He looks at a lot of replays. He studies his opponents as well. So maybe expect the biggest change to come out from Banana Head here in game 2.
Probably no one studies more than me. We're just watching Hunter. Really likes to analyse the major regions, emulate players, look at play styles. He likes to talk to Saku as well. He's been one of his mentors. The coach of NRG. He's in constant communication with him as well. So let's see if it pays off for him. The clear downfield by Hunter. Straight to Fever though. Off the ceiling. Can he get one more? He's looking for the bump instead. That's beautiful. Here he is. Banana Head. New preset. First goal.
That's the turnaround. Fever this time gets a good pass off the roof to Banana Head. Fiber gets bumped away. I think the defense expected that for Fiber to get bumped away so early. First goal going to Wildcard. Kickoff strategies working for Wildcard as well, but not for very long as Razier's intercepts.
That first goal is pretty much the Wildcard bread and butter there, Yummy. It's just that ballistic offense. It's the pace into a bump to really open up the play for that teammate in behind, and all three of them committing to the attack. Here's Torsos. Try to find a dunk. Instead, he fakes out the block. Banana Head up. Wants to find one more. Doesn't get the touch, but you can see how quickly it is. In fact, Torsos just completely cut Fever off. He's looking to get aggressive.
Big clear coming out from the Healthy Chiefs, and now they find themselves maybe with an opportunity to put the pressure on, but Wildcard turn it around, and a big miss coming out from Fiber. Not what you want to see. A whiffy, a 3-man whiff in front of net, and it's just worked out because it came off the crossbar. It's still in danger. Oh, Hunter's stuck on the wall. Raziers gets across without any boost. How has he managed to get it past Fever?
It's a bit of a disaster class there on offense from Wildcard. They had so many chances. They went for the fake. They just couldn't find the read, couldn't find the finish. Raziers is going to turn and just bang it out of trouble. It's pretty well. Banana Head looks to collect over to Torsos. He pops it up. Raziers now wants to keep this on the wall, but he's just fallen off it. He's looking a little bit heavy after that first game performance. 2 minutes gone though. Still Wildcard in the lead.
It really seems like Chiefs are keeping this still a very conservative game so far. Good touch from Raziers, makes it tough on Torsos, but ends up still going into the pockets of Banana Head. Hanging in his back corner of Wildcard for a while, but that is a safe area usually for the defender, away from the net, barring any crazy pinches into centre. Bump on Hunter, but he recovers to the wall, gets a good 52. Now Fiber trying to do something special, but can't catch up to the ball.
Yeah, Fiber's actually just pull shotted Hunter back into play. Said, go again, son. Love what you're doing with it. Here's Raziers. Nice challenge from him. Fever's trying to keep it close. Finds 2. Raziers was waiting on it. Hunter finds a reset. No second touch on the ball. Torsos up straight away. He wants a piece of the ceiling, but he can't connect either. It's a little bit messy, but Wildcard still happy with it with a scoreboard sitting at the moment. Reset from Fever. No one across for the moment. Torsos in now, but he's missed.
Hasn't really been able to set up anything just yet. That's the first shot on the board as another one goes forward, but still nothing in the net. The defense from Wildcard holding on. That's another chance for Fiver. A little bit of an awkward position to actually generate a passing opportunity from right in front of net now. Trying to do it himself, and Fever just gets behind that one. That was probably the best opportunity for the Chiefs so far.
Oh, Fiver nearly got caught underneath it. I love the pass, so as you mentioned, from Hunter. Unfortunately for them, no goal just yet. It is scrappy though. Wildcard, the defense looks a touch shaky. There's a clear downfield. Banana Head's there, redirect on it to goal. He fires and he scores. Banana Head with 2.
That is smooth as butter from Banana Head. He's made banana bread right there. Just too much pace. Hunter still can't get across to it. 2-0. You could turn around in game 2 for Wildcard.
He absolutely ripped that one. Absolutely ripped it. You just know these guys scream each other so much, Johnny, that they know every kickoff straight in the book that they're both going to try. And that time, paper, scissors, rock, they both went rock.
We'll show TSM have their own fair share. Fiber trying to match Banana Head's ability to pace up the ball on a little skivvy redirect, but not able to do it from right in front, and that might have been the last real opportunity for the Chiefs to get back into this game.
Yeah, it was now or never for them, but unfortunately they couldn't find anything off that attack. Here is Hunter, maybe a counter. The bump almost coming through. Fever doing really well.
Yes.
You don't mind the skibbities. 13 seconds though. This is looking like a wildcard game. They're going to be able to tie up this series. It's a really nice performance. Perhaps we can put it down to Banana Head's preset. He changes that. They haven't conceded yet. And really looks strong after that game 1 loss.
Skimmy redirect very well, but Wildcard take 2-0. And they take the second game. Good turnaround as well. We saw Banana Head really stepping up in this one, but also, most importantly, I felt like Fever was much more solid as a rock. He was having a little trouble warming up in game 1.
When I gave Fiber a rev up after game, or before game 1, I mean, he stepped up, MVP performance, and then we think, okay, he's on, I don't mention him. All of a sudden, 82 points in game 2. That is just not enough.
This is the point in time where Formal would probably bring out the insults, but
yep,
they're better than that, CJ, and I think we know how good Fiber can be. So disappointing to see him not able to get himself as involved in this game. But on the same note, Wildcard, they are a team that kind of up the pace and make it so you don't have room to make those kind of montage plays that Fiber likes to go for.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I'm seeing him hit them against Wildcard in scrims, or at least I think they're in scrims, but not on game day. I want to see him step up here. 82 points, not enough for the healthy Chiefs to be able to get a game win on the board. Still think Raziers is playing some decent enough Rocket League. Wildcard, though, really hitting their straps now.
This is that kind of point in a series that can really let us know how it's going, because you've got Wildcard, a team with a little bit of confidence, can take it a mile, that can up the pace, as I said, and sort of block you out of the game. They remind me a lot of the old G2, where everybody against them just doesn't seem to be as good because they do not get any chance on the play. I mean, Raziers he didn't even get that much on the play last game either, despite his earlier performance. And again, kickoffs coming in interesting ways once again.
A few interesting strats each and every time we reset back to the kickoff. As that 50 is not going to be fantastic. No one there though from the Chiefs to capitalise a momentary open net. You mentioned the G2 style of wildcard. That's the advantage as well of just being the best team in the region. I mean, sometimes you can make a mistake and the other team's not expecting it. They're not there to punish, to capitalise.
Certainly happened a few times for the Chiefs. Just expecting that the defence would be good enough, and expecting maybe the small mistakes that happen to everyone. That's a great pass across, but speaking of mistakes, Torsos came in, didn't think that Banana Head would be able to get that much of a pass across. Fever trying to hit the backboard. Raziers is up, and this is where the pressure does begin. If Wildcard get another pass, no, it's just going to go straight down, but Fiber tries to collect and keep it away. Gets a pinch down. This is now Chiefs' ball game. It's going to hang out in this corner again, and how many times have we said that Wildcard love to sit and defend in their own corner?
Fever's going to be a touch awkward on this. He goes to low 50 instead. Has been bumped off at Fiber. Somehow gets bumped himself. I'm not sure how Fever found the touch on that. As Raziers just has to back off for a second. 90 seconds gone in this game, and the team can break the deadlock. We've seen some fantastic passes, Yummy, but they've really been too good for both sides.
Just too far past Fiber. Would have backed him to get that every day of the week, but maybe just a little too close to the defense that time. That one goes high. Will it be followed up? Torsos scores, and it ends up being a pass from Fever on what most would have thought could be in a shot right from the very beginning.
Yeah, open net, but he just wanted to get the speed on the ball to just really secure it there. It was either in or it was a goal for Torsos. He finds the easy opening, and 5 shots already. There for Wildcard, they get reward for it.
That is what they're known for. Make their opponents rush. You saw the double commit coming out, and Fever still manages to beat them to the ball despite their rush. There's a big demo. Will they spawn on the left or the right? They spawn on the left. Fever tried to read it, and he actually did, but Fiber gets back in time. It actually means that he's broken that 100 points mark here, CJ.
Finally cracked the big 3 figures. We'll be happy with that. Demo comes through. It's actually, I love that play from Fever. He knew Fiber wanted the touch, but that's not a great play from Tortos. Post, pinch!
Oh, it felt like Raziers just thought it was in because he kind of dipped at the end. He could have stayed towards the net and secured it off the second bounce. That's so unfortunate there for the Chiefs. Pixels make all the difference in terms of the angles that do come from the post in Rocket League. Today, just not their day, but they still have 2 minutes to make that goal back.
Goodness gracious. What are we witnessing here in OCE? Chiefs, absolutely. Should have put one away there. Torsos got 0 boost. This should be a goal. He's not going to be able to get it. The shot is just the weakest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, he got faked out. Was probably expecting one of his opponents to hit that.
Had to be better than that. Had to be better than that. Down the other end, it's off the post again. We're seeing the dings left, right, and center. Raziers. Back off. Torsos is putting it towards his own net, but he's found Fever. Raziers with the catch. Here's the solo. Torsos in trouble. One more. He's found the touch. He's found the read that time. Minute 20. Wildcard looking to hold on.
All I'm going to say is I'm just glad that noise wasn't a thing when we played. Oh my goodness. We're already getting enough of them in this series. A second goal for Big T. Living up and living large. Wildcard looking like they're going to take game 3.
Pass. That pass was fantastic from Banana Head. He just ripped it out enough to get it around the last defender, but the double in the corner as well was beautiful, keeping control of the ball. 2-0 lead. They're in control, and this keeps going in this trajectory. I mean, probably expecting a timeout from the Chiefs. They're unable to score this game or the last so far.
They're not even really getting good opportunities, to be honest. Ooh. This is their best one just yet. Maybe the other one that went off both posts as well from Raziers, but he almost gave up on that one more than anything else. 45 seconds. Still have a little slither of hope of winning this game, but it's starting to die down. That little flame flickering out as Fiber. Does it reset here? No, he doesn't. Banana will clear it away.
Yeah, kind of use his flip straight into the ball there. There's the clear downfield. Hunter just pops it up for Raziers. He's got no boost. He's trying to hand it off to Fiber, who's too slow to that one. And here's Banana Head just rolling through the ball. If he wants to bump it to goal, doesn't quite get the contact, but I mean, look how smart this is from Fever. He knows there are 2 goals up. He just kills time off the clock, and he's done more than enough for Wildcard to take 2 games on the bounce now. They dropped the first game warm-up. Since then, they have not conceded.
Pretty impressive from Wildcard. Normally, I was going to say they normally concede a goal by just being a little too aggressive. And maybe this is that situation, but it does not matter. They'd already won the game.
Yeah, already secured, but maybe a little bit of hope, a little bit of momentum going into the next game. This is interesting now. Does that late goal mean they don't call a timeout? That's what I'm wondering here. Do you save it? Do you hope that you tie the series up, or do you go 3-1 down and have to win 3 games on the bounce against them?
Should call that timeout, but at least that goal proved that you can shoot the ball without hitting the post, which is, for some reason, an important example that both teams need. And it doesn't look like we are getting the timeout. So Chiefs are backing themselves not to lose the next game.
Is the golden rule lose 2 games in a row? Is that the golden rule?
That's my golden rule, yeah. If you lose 2 games in a row, especially if you don't score like a meaningful goal, 0-second goal, kind of just say that they weren't even trying. So I'd be calling it. They didn't call up here. We'll see if that does bite them, because I think realistically, if Wildcard win the next game, then they've called it too late.
Yeah, definitely. This is do or die right now, but on the other side of things, if they do win this game and tie the series up, just having that up your sleeve in case they need a reset going into potentially a Game 7, Game 6 scenario could be huge. We'll find out here. 2-1 lead to Wildcard, no timeout. And Chiefs just kind of struggling with the finishing touches. They're creating chances. We saw the double post in that game and a few other opportunities, but it's not really finding the back of the net.
You just think about the Chiefs, right? You think, okay, you've got Raziers, who I've been amping up because of how good he performed in the last 2 events of this split. How he's performed in this split as a whole. You've got Hunter, we know how good he can be. And we've got Fiber, who potential just feels unlimited in OCE, and yet we haven't really had the chance to talk about any of them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, just haven't seen enough at all really so far, but that can all change very quickly in this game. As you can see there, Banana Head pretty happy that the Chiefs were able to leave that for him, because he's got a solo for his own and he's trying to fight Torsos. He's got the reset, but Torsos probably didn't respect him enough. Just had to let him cook a little bit longer. Would have had the perfect pass.
Yeah, it seems so difficult to get that reset. That's the mechanics that Banana Head has, and well, Torsos kicking himself that he didn't trust in that time. It could have been the first goal. Should have been the first goal. A bump might make it a first goal anyway, but Fiber stays behind that ball with a 0 boost to ensure that it isn't.
Banana Head doing a lot of work in this position, just securing things as last man. Torsos jumps at that. Probably didn't need to, could have just waited for Banana Head to cook, but might get that one to work here is Raziers. On a mid-pass. He's getting it around one, and Banana Head's downfield if he can get the skim, and he's ripped it, and it's almost going to go all the way in. Double clear from the Chiefs. They were a little bit worried for a second there. They almost find one down the other end as well.
Almost another skibbity goal for you. 3 minutes 20 remaining. Oh, no goal just yet, unlike last game where the goals started out pretty strongly there for Wildcard. Look at the bumps coming out from Torsos. He's just spent the last half a minute in the healthy Chiefs half trying to bump people away, and it almost worked out. Almost led to a goal. They just couldn't quite nail it in.
Yeah, they've gone hyper aggressive. It feels like Jim has taken a mini timeout here, because this is a bit of a different play style from Wildcard, which I do like. They've won 2 in a row, but they're looking to change it up. Banana Head being far more aggressive, looking for those skims downfield. Torsos, as you mentioned, looking for the demos as well. Half the game gone, but they're certainly the team that's pushing the pace right now.
Oh, another angle from Fever this time. And just so hard to read as a defender where that ball's going to go when Fever is just hanging underneath it. Could have hit that anywhere. Actually, get it right in between them.
We mentioned Banana Head, Torsos sitting downfield, and Fever decided to join the party as well. It's just so tough when you have a play like that. You don't know when to commit as a defense. And in the end, he's caught them out. Here he is again with a reset, this time straight to Fiber. Banana Head up straight away though. It's just going to be Fever back. Raziers, big moment here if he can find one more over the top. Surely the goal. Raziers comes up huge. Hunter does the rest.
I was quaking for a little bit there, but look at Raziers here, sticking with the ball, flip reset, and he still manages to get an extra touch afterwards. That's the icing on the cake that made that goal. 1-1 game, but more importantly, now it feels like Healthy Chiefs are in the series. And if this kickoff goes their way, if Hunter can get that redirect, just doesn't quite read the corner. Oh, but still
should be a goal. Oh, he's put it way too wide there, Hunter. He throws this one on. Is this one in?
Oh.
No, he's missed again. It's off the corner this time, Yummy.
Oh, it was Hunter 2 weeks ago as well that just couldn't hit anything other than the post. And it's Hunter again, the ghost of his past, coming back to haunt him. They should be in the lead. It's just another OCE affair right there for Hunter.
I feel like, once again, that's the good team. That's the best team in the region. Buff that you have, Yummy, where you just, like, when you're playing wildcard, you want to have the perfect shot, but it didn't need to be that perfect. It didn't need to be post in. He just had to find the spot where the defenders weren't.
Is that Shopify Rebellion playing the best team in the region?
Yeah, every time they play a series. Yeah, they do. That's tough. Thanks for bringing that up. Still fresh.
No,
Here we go.
No
1-1.
worries. That was the one series I actually watched the entire season for NA, and possible opportunity there for Wildcard. Look at Fever getting chased. He can't get any room. He was chased all the way into the back of his own net, chased all around the corner, and both of his teammates had committed, so he was by himself getting chased everywhere.
That just sums up the wildcard sometimes. They live and die by the sword of just going. In that situation, Torsos is looking to cut across and just pinch it off the sidewall with no teammate to follow it up. Banana Head was there as well. That's a bad double commit, and there's nearly another goal. Just over a minute left. And this game has completely changed complexion. Oh, has it barred down? Oh.
It happens to the best of us. It happens to the MVP of last season, Banana Head too. Well, managed to save that one out and still keep the hopes alive here for Wildcards. But it's really felt like much more of a Chiefs game in its entirety. Banana Head, oh, he's sunk it, 32 seconds left. Wildcard are a dangerous beast if they're left behind.
Not for long. Fiber gets dusted by Fever. Banana Head finds the shot. They're able to secure. The late equaliser. I can't believe they were nearly losing that game in regulation after it looked like such a strong performance, but they fell apart. They've brought it back together. Can they win in reg or force overtime? Right now, Chiefs want one more though. Nice clear. Fever doesn't get two. Hunter's ready. 15 seconds left. Chiefs might have the final attack.
Wildcards are so deep in defense here. They're giving free touches away to Healthy Chiefs, two players who love a little bit of time on the ball, although Fiber, most known for his time on the ball, rushed that one. Fever going for the bump. He's got it. It's not hit though. Just saved out on the line. Hunter, a miracle to get them to overtime.
I thought for sure that was going in. I don't know how Hunter kept it out, but he's kept the Chiefs alive. They would have been facing triple match point, Yummy, but instead they have a chance to tie this one up. Torsos misses the touch. This is bad. They're all front post. They're all front post, but Fever just bails his team out.
A good first touch from Fever too. Has the flip reset. Can't get too much off of it though. Going to give Fiber the room. Fever demoing out his teammate, so he dropped out all of Fiber's options on the way through. Now Fever gifted the ball. It's going to go down. He goes to the bump, but Raziers can get back. Even still, that's not the best position for Healthy Chiefs. Fortunately for them, they get it down to the other end, and they even get a attempted bump play of their own.
Fever's been absolutely huge. He had to dodge a demo there, and it's a nice block. Oh, this could... Oh, I thought it was going to be open. This time Hunter didn't watch the pass. Went straight back to net, covered the shot. Beautiful 50 to Fiver. He does have boost. Finds the reset, finds the bump. Oh, Banana Head had to be ready. Pop over the top.
A little extra power towards Banana Head than he was expecting.
Got the pull shot. Banana Head. Oh, one more reset pop. Oh, B-Head's clipped on him. 3-1 wildcard.
Yucky. Banana Head. This is absolutely rotten. Full of black spots. Top bins. He looked like he was playing the flip reset. He looked like the defender was playing the right play, and he switched it up at the last moment. And so wild that he was able to get that underneath the crossbar.
That was absolutely gross. That was absolutely gross behavior from Banana Head. As you mentioned, he just saw he had a little bit of space. If you're not going to challenge early, Fiber, he's going to find the doink, and he's ripped it near post, top corner. Chiefs are up in regulation late. Wildcard equalising, 32 seconds left, and that kind of feels like the one that got away for the Chiefs as they call the timeout.
Disappointing in many ways for the Chiefs, a game that they should have won, that they got the lead in, and that they kind of let slip away. A game that they should have called the timeout before, I think would have clearly made the difference. But Wildcard, whenever they're a goal behind, they kind of switch their mode, and that hyper-aggressive mode is probably what they've practiced more than anything else in scrims, so it's always to their advantage.
Yeah, it just feels like the Chiefs, they'd locked that one down and then kind of just gave it up in the end, and it was the shooting. We were talking about the shooting from Hunter. The post, I feel like I've heard the ding noise so much it sounds like there's a phone ringing or something on Utopia Coliseum. Our ears are certainly ringing, and yeah, just trying to go for that perfect shot too often, and when you miss by a millimeter, it really doesn't look great.
Wildcard maybe on the other side are just trying to overwhelm with number of shots, so they don't mind if they hit the post, but when you're healthy Chiefs and you're looking for just a few high quality moments and Hunter hits the post like that, it's a dagger every single time. You start thinking about it as the game goes on and the series goes on, and you fall further and further behind. And we'll see if the timeout does make the difference here in game number 5. But at this point in time, Wildcard are a team that are very good at closing out series.
It also feels like the gap, we mentioned the top 5 teams, they're all so close, but more often than not, Wildcard, they just make the right touches. Raziers, though, will make the right counter-attack play, because I think it should have been a goal down the other end. Instead, an open net.
Yeah, probably should have been. They were thinking that there was the double. I couldn't see who was third man there that went, but he backed off a little bit thinking it was going to be a goal off the double in the first place. And that's what allows just a cheeky run down the middle for Raziers. Still the only player with any points there for the Healthy Chiefs.
Here is Fever, looking for the bump. Torsos underneath, just has to worry about it. That's a lovely, actually, from Torsos in the end. To worry about the bump, but the shot's good, and no one's back in time. Torsos, it felt like he was the last man for 15 seconds. There's no one to help him out.
Brilliant pass on Fiber, too, just to get that back. He knew he couldn't do anything else. And if he put it more into center, the defenders were there. So perfectly placed with him. A perfectly well-suitable shot from Hunter, who've been struggling in the last game. Maybe even another one here, just by the tip of his fingernail. Did Fever get that one out?
Yeah, what a save from Fever. But what a start here from the Chiefs. Nearly 3 goals on the board early. It's going to be almost 3 goals on the board. Another save, but the demo will help the defensive Wildcard. They came back last game. They're only a goal down there, though. They need to find 2. Luckily enough, they still have 4 minutes left, and no, that's somehow Fever's got that backwards and across.
Yeah, would have wanted that to be a goal for sure. After the setup, Fiber. Well done to recover on the backboard too. The pressure's still here. Banana Head fakes out the roof passing play, and it's a strong clear over the top of the heads of Wildcard. That's all that really Healthy Chiefs need to do. They just need to put it in awkward positions and keep the ball unscorable locations like Fiber just then.
Really smart play from Fiber. Finds the extra touch as well. Nice demo from Banana Head. Demos from both sides. Torsos won't have the boost, but he can find a 50. Pops it out to Banana Head. He's going for the close double Fever right there. How good's the shooting? It's post again, Yummy.
Can't really blame him for that one. The defenders were there. He had to go for the top bins shot. A little too high on that occasion. that's just the difference as well, that this defense from the Chiefs has made, as well the position that Chiefs has made for themselves. It was a little bit dicey there. Fever manages to get back, and we start to approach that halfway mark. Oh my goodness, Fever! That's an incredible save, using the post to his advantage.
Oh, and then his own goal. And it was a beautiful save. And until this moment, where Fiber has hit it back into Fever, who's hit a top pinch. Oh my goodness.
Coming out of nowhere like a cappuccino assassino, and manages to score it in his own net. That's a 3-goal lead that Chiefs have not been able to get so far across the series. And surely they get it now, but it still just reminds me that they didn't call the timeout earlier. They still waited until they would be against, against the match point 3 times in a row before calling it.
It just changes the series. Imagine if they call a timeout, they win that game like this. They win game 4 in this manner, go 2-2, then they perhaps win the next game with the momentum. All of a sudden, they're on match point instead of facing triple. Swings and roundabouts, but 2 minutes left. 3 goals required here for wildcard. And perhaps, do you call the timeout straight back off this? This has been pretty dominant so far. I know there's still a little bit of time left, but Chiefs well and truly in control of this game.
I actually think it's not a bad shout at all, CJ, because, that's great from Hunter. The fact that he can get the intercept and get that on target is a crazy turnaround for him. But in terms of the timeout, do you want to wait until you're again on match point against and you've got that kind of mentality of, oh my goodness, they're bringing this one back? Or do you just want to nip it in the bud immediately?
Yeah, I think you just call the timeout right now. Try and stop the momentum. The problem is if you lose the next game, it's like, oh well, what do we do? We're in trouble on Champ Field. But right now, this has been the most dominant game of the series in general, let alone of Chiefs' performance so far. Here is Banana Head. Find the 50. Torsos going to go the fake. Fever onto the backboard. Hunter's defense has been really impressive so far. Torsos doesn't connect there, and Chiefs are out, and Chiefs are able to secure this win, I reckon.
Yeah, they've got it. Nobody, there has been 4-goal comeback in the past, but not going to see that here. Not with 1 minute remaining, especially. I guess the major question is, wildcard, can they even put something on the board? All they've really been able to do is defend for most of this game.
Yeah, really limited opportunities apart from that Fever shot, which you mentioned. Tough angle. Certainly we've had easier chances go astray. Here's Banana Head, looks for a double skin. Wants to stay on it. Actually does find the pop, but these chances are few and far between, and every time it feels like Chiefs are all over it, and straight down the other end with a counter-attack. Fever off the crossbar to the Banana Head skim, but Chiefs are ready for those touches now. They're ready for Banana Head to be sitting downfield, and they're not finding as damaging touches from them.
And even that attempt at a goal broken by the fact that Fever was bumped away from any kind of follow-up. And not just the comeback for the Chiefs, but a dominating one at that, keeping it a 4-0 against the Kings of OCE. And if any sign of a sort of mini reverse sweep is possible, that is it.
Yeah, clean sheet against the best team in the region is pretty impressive no matter what stage of the tournament. I'm just going to wait and see if we have a timeout here. I don't reckon they will. I think Jim is a very play-it-by-the-book, lose 2 games in a row type of operator. So, no timeout called at all. Oh,
Wrong.
Wait,
they did call the timeout last second just to prove you wrong.
Wow, there it is. Okay, he's not. He's maybe listening to the stream. Timeout confirmed.
I think it's the right call. Because again, do you really want to let it go to the Game 7 when they've already won a couple of games in a row and kind of gained that confidence? Or do you want to shut them down before they can even kind of get that? Well, after a 4-0 as well, you gotta.
Yeah, I'd definitely call the timeout here. So, a good call. It was dominant. It was one-sided, and it looked like the tide was turning. So before it turns into a tsunami, a Chiefs tsunami, I think they need to really stop things right now.
We've had good timeout buff usage earlier today in the lower bracket. Was very successful. We'll see if that does continue on here with Chiefs getting that one. Wildcard could go the 4 from 4. Turn around their series back into their favor. And as we said, a really important series, not just for Wildcard, not just for Chiefs, but for everyone looking at the bracket and hoping that they avoid a Sunday Wildcard.
Trying to avoid the best team in the region who always performs on the most important days in the region. But right here could be a huge win into that top 4, as you mentioned. Let's see what they cook up off the timeout. They really lost their way there. They got counter-attacked more than they usually would, and that is often a common occurrence with the most aggressive team in OCE. But off to Game 6, off to Neo Tokyo. Let's see if Wildcard can stop the flow before Champ Field awaits.
Champs Field, anybody can win there. Wildcard, I feel like they've got to do it now. They've got to turn around their favor now off this timeout. Let's see what they've managed to cook up. Whether we see the aggression. Well, we do see the kickoffs continue, and it's a good one from Razier staying behind that. I think a lot of people maybe in that sort of slow down kickoff state can get too much power on the first touch and lose control of the ball.
Fight with Chitra Skim doesn't make it. Hunter goes as well. We do see the demos have relieved so much pressure for the Chiefs, and they've kept it up here. Just 20 seconds go on. There's a double commit though. Fiber low boost. He's going to wait for the flick. It has been dunked, and Torsos will be the first one on the scene to scoop it up.
He has scooped it straight to Raziers on full boost, and that's not what you want. Raziers gets the extra touch. He's beaten them all. Served on a silver platter by Torsos, and then done the perfection. Raziers passed all 3.
He says stuff your time out. I think that could have been covered far better by Wildcard, but the left side of the net was open and Raziers knew exactly where to put it. First goal on the board. Almost on the other end, Wildcard equalised, but really impressive performance so far. This is a good looking Chiefs outfit.
They've looked good throughout this split so far, but just a good shot can beat anyone, and Torsos, he managed to get a really nice follow-up here, just make it so awkward for the defenders.
Yeah, it's always good in hindsight, but I would have loved to see Hunter push out of net just to cover that pass. Didn't look like a shot was going to be possible, and they had coverage right there, but Chiefs caught in no man's land.
No.
And, oh, no.
Well, sometimes you can be too clever for your own good. The kickoff looked so good. The back pass may have been the best back pass if it landed on Fever's nose, but the fact it went past him meant you basically own gold.
Wow. It's a game of moments, and that was a big one right there. Fever's nearly got to worry about his own net again. He's actually lost the boost, so back-to-back failed kickoff strats from Wildcard. They do find a nice bump to get it out, but you can see Torsos and Fever both with 0. It's just Banana Head at the moment with anything in the tank.
It's been some awkward moments so far in this series, but usually it's about trying to make your opponents awkward. Torsos almost awkwardly backwards there in front of the net. A big demo may help out the Chiefs in their march towards the goal. Hunter slows it down, but Banana Head actually read that quite well. Saw Hunter slowing down at the last second.
Hunter just needed to rip that left side of the net. It was wide open, and Banana Head was low boost, but opportunity going begging. That's a nice demo, and there it is. Down the other end, you get punished if you don't capitalise. 2-2, Banana Head scores.
Yeah, it's been such an interesting series. I mean, that touch by Banana Head purely to allow the demo to happen, to slow down his touch once again. It's not about just go anymore for Wildcard. They're thinking a little bit more. Both teams are, and it's leading to a lot of weird situations. Straight shot there as Fiber has to cover the net based on how wild these kickoffs have been. Another shot? No, Fever's going to take it to the corner.
Yeah, he tried to get around it, but just couldn't quite find the touch. They are low boost. What are we doing, Chiefs? Everyone in net. No one wants to go for the ball. No one wants to do the team thing. They've nearly been punished for it. They still might be. Torsos takes it up. Round 1 with a reset. Raziers is waiting. Rips it back post bowl. Where does Banana Head want to go? He probably didn't realise how open it was.
Too much of a pinch there from Torsos. almost over the top of all of them. Torsos getting chased into his own half too, and even though not getting bumped, it gave so much room for his ears as everybody in wildcard were forced to face backwards. Look out for them this time. Fever tries to get the 50. Now Raziers has space, has the support of the bump as well. Takes the shot, but cleared out from Banana Head, who can avoid the bump and make the save.
Already this time, Chiefs have lost a little bit of that killer instinct that won them the previous 2 games. This series, Banana Head puts it over the top, or at least the previous game. Fever grips that touch. Here is Fiber. It's a nice catch. It's a huge reset. It might be too big in the end because Wildcard able to handle it fairly easily. Hunter wants back post. He wants to find the dunk. That time, oh, Torsos, be careful. Isn't the best clear.
He wanted that little further forward for Fever. Unfortunately for him, it was almost too awkward. Chiefs keeping this in the wildcard half. Another demo. Fiber has to back off for that one because Fever was way too quick. Now Fiber may have the opportunity. Just goes for the long clear. Raziers gets a favourable demo. May have just opened up an opportunity for Torsos. He just chose the right side to spawn on.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done well. Must have flicked his stick left. There's a chance for Hunter though. It's off the ceiling. It's awkward. Can't quite find the touch. Only room for one of these wildcard defenders to grab boost. Hunter, if he finds a shot, could be a goal. He goes near post instead. Torsos is able to lose the 50 back to the help of the defense.
Hunter shot on. Banana Head there in support. 2 players in defense for wildcard is always a shocking affair for me because they're used to just kind of having one person trying to cover everything, but they've seemed to bring out the team plays a lot more there. Torsos just keeps putting a bit too much power in front of the net and maybe using too much boost at the same time. 37 seconds remaining. The next goal might be enough to win it. Banana Head wanted to do it all himself.
Fiber stole the 100 boost from Hunter though. He's got absolutely zero. That's why it's wide open. These are the little moments that cost you. Hunter left stranded with 0. He's pushed up for a pad and they've been punished.
And how many moments in this series has there just been just a little awkward touch that has led to a goal? Fiber thought that he was collecting that one and taking it up the wall. It bounced away from it, bounced back on him on the way through as he tries to correct his mistake, and that could be the series in just that one goal. It would be the most devastating way for it to end for the Chiefs. Wildcard will take it any which way they want, but Fiber makes up for it. No! What a save by Fever!
I have no idea how he's dodged that bump, but he might have just won wildcard and ticket through to the top 4. Raziers, last chance, can he keep it up? The flick's on, Hunter's there, Banana Head kills the ball, wildcard, do it in 6, GG's in the chat. They're through to Champ Sunday in style and go one step ahead of the Chiefs.
A little too late for the Chiefs at the end. When you've got wildcard as good as they are and as how much they are dominant in the OCE region, you cannot give them a single inch. So wildcard go through. Chiefs still remain on the opposite side of the bracket of them, but now they have a bit of a fight on their hands.
Yeah, I mean, hello, I'm back by the way. But yeah, it's
Hi.
a bit of a fight. But at that same token, I think their 2 biggest rivals, well, almost their 2 biggest rivals on the other side. TSM, maybe not their biggest rival anymore, but I'm fine in the West, and then Power. I think that Power matchup, just looking at the bracket and how it's laid out, that's going to be the fight for the major. That's going to be the fight potentially for Worlds. So you can see the bracket right here. That top half of the bracket is going to tell us so much. TSM on the opposite side, CJ, they kind of are in the real difficult spot because they have to get through wildcard for any chance.
Probably need to get through wildcard. They probably need to win it. But I don't envy Chiefs' position having to beat Fine in the West, who's taken down every top team at some point in this split. And then Power to get to the major. That's going to be a long gauntlet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but I mean, it's just little moments we mentioned, just getting back to that series of Chiefs. That final goal is, you know, it kind of separates OCE from when you watch Europe and maybe a couple of teams in North America, definitely not Shopify Rebellion. But it's just Fiber there. He had 50 boost, Yummy, and he just grabs the corner and basically steals it off Hunter. You know, you watch the teams in Europe, they're maximizing boost. They're making sure their teammates grab 100. In the end, that's enough for a goal to occur. Hunter has 0 boost, and that's cost them the series in the end. But as you said, not all is lost. Having said that, they're on the good side of the bracket formal, but finding the West is not to be taken lightly in that first quarterfinal.
No, it's not. And I'm also kind of looking like that last look at the bracket. I just realized there's a crazy world as well where I feel like Power might be able to secure the major or be very close before they even play that game. If West beats the Chiefs and then TSM falls to wild card, I'm kind of curious. That might actually put them through. I know. I need some quick maths. I need the mathematicians on that one to let me know. Would that force a situation where West would have to win?
I mean, I think West have to win no matter what, but we'll figure that one out before tomorrow for sure. Jaden will be on that one, I think, for official scenarios as we had tomorrow. But we do know that it's basically kind of a 4-team race for the second major spot still. Everybody still has some contention, some way to make it through.
It's incredibly tight. That is for certain. Tomorrow is not going to be a day you want to miss for sure, considering what is on the lines right there. And look, CJ, we came into today, we each said we thought the Chiefs were going to be that number 2 team. I'm going to give you the out now. I'm not swaying from it. I think the Chiefs make that run. I'm giving you an out if you want to take it.
No, I think I'm going to stick. I'm not a fence sitter like you. I don't just hop on one side, see if the grass is greener, go, actually, no, it's not, I'm coming back. I'm going to stay with the Chiefs. I think they can get the job done. They'll make top 2. Not saying they'll win the event, but that should be enough for them to, well, it will be enough for them to secure Raleigh.
I've still got Power, as you can imagine, so that's going to be an interesting one tomorrow. Hopefully Luna found some hand warmers before then.
Hopefully. And I got word Monty out there in the great wide web has also selected TSM. So we have someone picking all 3. All right, I got that. Have to cover all of our bases for that one. Look, it's been a great Saturday. 1 day left. We're going to be sending another team off to the major. It's going to be our final event as well here in OCE in terms of RLCS. So you're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.